Oh, yeah? Dad? What's up, friends? It is Friday. We've made it to the weekend, kind of. In three more hours, it'll officially be end of business on the last day of the week. Close enough. But today is merely the second day of our streaming week, because we took yesterday off for Thanksgiving, and it was a pretty good Thanksgiving. But what we didn't do was we didn't do our daily 1.5 billion XP. And, you know, that's fine. I think one more break was in order because I realized after we finish level 296, what do we have right now? 118, we have 89, so 889 minus 1. 771 million XP will be earned by the time we finish 296. The requirement to hit 297 is probably something like 910 million XP, so if we were going only 1.5 billion, we would go another, math is hard, calculators are easy, we go another 729 million XP into that level instead of the 910 that it'll take to finish it out. So I'm thinking, oh yeah, and if we did that, then tomorrow we did another 1.5 billion, we'd end up like halfway through level 299 or something like that. So, and then we would finish that up on Sunday. However, I think that's kind of unsatisfying. So what I think we're going to do today is go all the way from where we're at in 296 to 298, finish out 297, and then tomorrow we just sit through and blast the rest of the grind. It'll be a long day, but it should only be like 2 extra hours, so like maybe 8 hours for tomorrow. I may or may not stream on Sunday after that, depending on how I'm feeling, because it's probably going to be like exceptionally exhausting. But the good thing is, we'll be done. So we'll see what happens. Maybe we can find something fun to do for the day. But all in all, I was thinking about it this morning, and I just did not want to do a third day of grinding. So that was why I started thinking about it in the first place. But that said, first we have to get to 298 before we can even start thinking about tomorrow. So what are we gonna do? That's right, you guessed it. We're not hit 92. That's what we're going to not do. Going all the way back to 70 as per usual, as per my last email. And so we do what we've done for the past 2.5 weeks or something. Run around killing stuff, finding dead ends and stuff. I'm still bummed they got rid of the Mother's Embrace bonus from the event, even though the event's still going on, based on that little red cloak buff, red cloaked horror buff. I feel like maybe that's the devs being a little toxic towards people trying to finish the grind before 300. Originally, I thought the XP buff at the particular time that it was added was meant to help people finish the grind before PoE2. It was like a little conspiracy theory on my part. But maybe the real conspiracy theory was them taking it away earlier than the event's ending. What's up, Viva? How we doing? I've officially decided, my friend. We are finishing this grind tomorrow. We're going to 298 today, 300 tomorrow. Easy peasy. Also, that was a fast run for our first one of the day. Nice. 89 seconds to open the portal. Huge W. the total amount of XP required shouldn't to go from 298 to from 298 to 300 should not be more than 2 billion. It'll be really darn close to 2 billion, like 1,950,000,000 or something like that. But we've been doing 1.5 billion per day for a day for a week now. So I think we can manage another 400 mil. That'll be less than 2 hours extra. But how are you doing today, Vio? Also, I was cold as hell until like 7 minutes ago, and then the moment I sat down and like started streaming, I'm like sweating all of a sudden. Gross. That one was even faster. Nice. A good start. A bit busy. It's all good. No worries. We're just up to the same old business. If I'm being honest, he didn't miss terribly much. Still recovering from the virus. Gotcha, gotcha. Glad you're feeling a little better, at least from the sounds of it. Just a couple of hours, gotcha. Yeah, sometimes when I was younger and I got sick, I'd be like gaming all day, non-stop. Nowadays, if I get sick, it's just like, you know, I kind of just want to sleep. It's probably what I should have been doing when I was younger too, but I just didn't want to. Game. Hey, yo. Aton Shanra, thank you for that 50 Australian dollars. You reached 300 while watching a live stream? Hell yeah, congratulations. Yeet. Wouldn't have been able to endure the tedious, repetitive grind without your stream providing enjoyable distraction. Hell yeah. I'm glad we could suffer together. Maybe suffering is a dramatic word, but I'm happy for you. I'll be there. I'll be there tomorrow. I'll make it. Hell yeah. Thank you very much for that. Hey, yo, that's the door? What build did you do it on? Were you doing the the Quill Volley. I can never remember. I always mix up Razor Wings and Quill Volley. But no one's playing Quill. No one's playing Razor Wings. Shit, I just did it again. It's literally impossible for me to get it right. Had a build you call Smashing Vortex Gorilla Hunter? Yo. What? That's probably the most badass name for a build I've heard all season. What the hell? What a title, dude. I mean, I think I can figure out what the general premise of the build is from the name. So, it's effective and badass. Hell yeah. Honestly, I do miss my monkey build. It's been too long since I've been playing it. And I'm considering doing the, well, I'll probably just end up doing it, but I think I'm going to do the last pit run on the monkey build. We started the season with the Gorilla Thorns. We'll finish the season with Gorilla Thorns. Or at least the grind, that is. Considering I still have to stream on Sunday, I gotta figure out something to do if we're not doing this. And maybe we speed run a Jaguar build, because that's the one type of Spiritborn I haven't played. Can do that on Sunday and Wednesday. And then Thursday we do Path of Exile stash sorting. Picked up a really good set of boots early on with greater Aptix Vortex, which you added to Vortex size boost up to 94. Hell yeah. I think my favorite thing ever is the size boosts in general on like all the abilities. One of my favorite parts of tempering for sure. Passively and actively through skills and rune words. Gotcha. So the rune word version was affected by your vortex stuff? I guess that makes sense. Kinda hadn't thought about that. Gotcha. That's actually a good little bit of info to know. I hate this zone. How far in the pit were you able to get with it? Were you doing like were you grinding tier 150s in 2 minutes with the smashing? Fuck, I already forgot the thing. Smashing Vortex Gorilla Hunter, or were you on the old 70 grind like me? I guess somewhere in the middle is a valid option too, I guess. No devs trolling, you do still have a blessing. Wait, really? Then where's mine? What the hell? Are they saying I used it too much? They discovered my plans. Well, I didn't exactly make a secret of it. Viva, did you join my Discord? I feel like I remember you doing that. If you did and you feel like it, I would be very curious to see a screenshot of you still having the buff. If not, that's fine. Went to 105 but settled on 80 for the grind. Gotcha, gotcha. Invite now. Hold. Hold. There you go. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's alright, it was a casual excuse to plug the Discord. It's never a bad thing to do. Oh, party invite? Wait, for what? Oh. Okay, 2 seconds. While I'm snooping, what level? 264. Nice, nice. Hell yeah, I appreciate that, sir. While you were sick and everything. It's very kind. That's better. But the funny number, and I feel bad. Thank you, sir. Dear goodness, that's a lot of opals. Damn. I don't think I've ever seen the socketable one. I'm pretty sure I only ever took these 3. Why? Because I'm probably not going to use it anyway, and I've made a habit of, like, oops. Anytime I make a trade with anybody, I've just been sending them 69,420 gold. And since that's a shitload of opals, I felt like I should give you more. Honestly, I've seen people selling opals for like multiple hundreds of millions, like for even 10 or 20 of them, at least in trade chat. I'm not sure if that's anywhere near the actual market price of them, but it wouldn't surprise me because going out to grind them kind of sucks. Oh yeah, that'll definitely. If it doesn't get me all the way there, that'll get me close. Because we'll probably do 6 hours today, and we'll do probably 10 hours tomorrow. 8 to 10 hours tomorrow, most likely, to finish it out. But today we're going to 298. Tomorrow, 300. Yeah. So I very much appreciate that, sir. I should probably check and see how much XP we're getting. For over 20 hours? Hell yeah, that'll do it. That'll certainly do it then. I think I'm just going to be exceptionally careful to not take breaks while it's active. I feel awful wasting the timer. Yo, wait. Did I not finish the Zakarum remnants, or is it another one of the infinite things? I forgot about their rip. Also, what percentage? 15%. Damn. So we're at 193.3 million. We do another. This is the wrong way, but there's a big pack here. What can I do? That man tried to wall me in the corner. Y'all saw it. Toxic as hell. Once you finish your grind, you should try Jaguar. Hunter Ultimate combined with Measured Ravager dash ability provides good mobility. Hunter can also leap over walls. Hell yeah. That's my favorite pastime. That's half the reason I've been enjoying this build so much, is because Sword just lets me do whatever I want. Could clear tier 80 in a minute 30. Sheesh. Alright, alright. Yeah, I already have like 15 caches stored up from the tree. So we'd only need to farm out like 10 or 15 of them, somewhere around there, to get another fresh level 60. So maybe that's what we do tomorrow. Take Discord? Okay, okay. Sir, I don't see no Mama's Blessing on that bar. That's not the Mama's Blessing buff. That's just the thing that says the event's going on still. There was a second buff that's like, it looks kind of like the Lilith thing on the floor over at the Echo of Lilith boss fight. But yeah, the thing I kind of wanted to try with Jaguar specifically was a basic attack build with Sepizon pick, because it seems really fun to have the constant third hit on that. But I'll probably end up doing what I did with all the other builds, and that would be get to level 60, put all the abilities on the bar, and then just continually mess with, like, change stuff around until something feels fun. yeah, unfortunately that's not an XP buff. It would make sense to combine the two buffs into one thing since they're from since they're active for the same time. Or I thought they would be active for the same time, but maybe that's why they split them out. Spear all choices were both Gorilla? Dude, Gorilla is so good. Perma unstoppable while you have Resolve and extra Resolve. Not to mention the bigger issue. Were you using Unyielding Hits? If you're not playing Thorns, the main Spirit Hall bonus for Gorilla isn't such a huge deal, but the fact that Unyielding Hits can be triggered by anything if you have the top Gorilla bonus is probably the bigger issue for me. Unyielding Hits is so darn good, babe. Thanks, Blast Wave Shrine. I suppose the barrier on hit isn't bad either. I have no incense. Bro, I'm so excited to have this build, this grind done. I want my damn cow panda or cow panther, panda panther, cow panda panther. I don't even care about the soulstone thingy. It really is the way for sure. Wumba is love. Wumba is life. Honestly, they on the loading screen there's a tooltip that says, or there's like a little tip at the bottom every once in a while that says the names of all the spirits. Wumba's the only one I remember because Wumba's the only one I care about. None of them are half as cool as Wumba is. You do get a new panther, and it's black and white, kind of like a cow pattern, but also it has a black spot over one of its eyes. It makes it look kind of panda-esque, but really it's a cow panther. And you get a mount trophy that's the soulstone that what's her face was carrying around all the campaign. I don't even remember her name. The child. If you get to like level 264 where you're at right now for 2 more seasons, you'll get it on Eternal without having to put yourself through pain and misery in the pit. Harlequin Crest, Shroud of False Death, Gloves of Redirected Force, Pants of Interdiction, Duelist Boots, 4GA Keplecki. Sheesh! Then Short Talisman, Midnight Sun, Starless Skies. Gotcha. Oh, so you weren't using Unyielding Hits? I don't have a 4GA Keplecki, but I do have a 3% with a Greater Affix on the double hit. Maybe that's what I should do. I should try Keplecki before it gets deleted from the video game in season 8 or 7, whatever the hell. The next one. I have yet to do that. What is Duelist? Feel like I recognize that one, but I can't remember. Maximum. Okay, yeah. That tracks. Redirected Forest, yeah. Midnight Sun, is that an aspect or? Oh no, that's one of the unique rings. I remember now. I think I saved Banished Lord's Talisman. That was pretty decent. I don't remember though. I could probably throw that together, honestly. Just with the stuff I have. Yapaleki is the way. It really shooby dooby. That staff is bananas. Only 4-star you found this season and it's getting nerfed. I mean, that's a pretty good one. You want to know the 4 greater affixes I found? I found Mother's Embrace first. I found fucking Crown of Lucian. No, Godslayer Crown, I think, which isn't the worst ever. I think there was another one. I gotta look. But the one that was most heartbreaking was I was farming Lord Zur hoping for a Razor Plate with 4 greater affixes, and he dropped me a damn 4 greater affix chest piece, and it was Jason's shell instead of Razor Plate. I was livid, dude. Still am when I think about it. I just try to forget. I grind the pain away in the pit. The pain, dude. That was a horrible. Instant salvage that one. I have like a little pile of shame, and it's just all my 4 greater affix items. They're all bad. I care about 0 of them. It's like a wound I'm not allowed to forget. Yep. Mother's Embrace. Godslayer Crown. Yep. And Jason's shell. I thought I had another 3%. Where did I put it? I guess it's a 2.8% with the proper greater affix. Oh no, there it is. Haha! It does exist. This one, +2, and it's 60%. With maximum life, which, you know, if we couldn't get the core skills, max life is a close second, I think. But yeah, that little bottom row on that tab is my Hall of Shame. GA Doombringer, but never really used it much with Barb. Gotcha. I have only played Spiritborn all season. So I've gotten all the mythic uniques that they can get, but none of the other ones. Which is kind of unfortunate because the ugly bastard helmet seemed like something that would be fun to use. Just because of the name more than anything. That's the door. Get me the hell out of here. I don't want to go over there. It's gonna send me to the prison. I ain't going back. Ain't going back. Almost precisely 90 seconds. So the question is, do we do the Jaguar build with all the busted stuff while we have the opportunity, or do we say YOLO and start a hardcore character just for the hell of it, for the 2 days we have those streams between now and Path of Exile 2 business? I think the Jaguar option sounds a little more fun. It's also less committal. If we get like halfway through a campaign on a hardcore character and then never finish it, I'll probably never want to go back to it, because I won't want to redo the campaign to get through the second half. If I did a hardcore character, need to do one too. If I did a hardcore character, maybe. I mean, the safe option is Spiritborn and just redo Guerrilla Thorns. Also, downloaded PoE on your PS5 and discovered that my Wanderer is actually in exile. Your Wanderer in D4 is in exile in Path of Exile, or your Wanderer in D4 is in exile in D4? Barb? Oh, you need to do one for the challenges, right? We can do Barb. It's a good option. Maybe, okay, here's what we do. If we do hardcore on Sunday, we commit to the entire campaign. Oh, you're in exile. Love the complexity of PoE. Hell yeah. Well, oh boy, are you gonna like PoE2 on next Friday, 1 week from today. Yeah, I am a Path of Exile enjoyer, but that game gets obtuse sometimes with how complex it is. I've talked about it on stream before, but a lot of people have said Path of Exile 2 is going to be like a more accessible version of, and more modern version of PoE 1. PoE, it's going to be more modern, but with the comboing systems and just the fact that we can have like 27 abilities and they can all have 6 sockets on them and this, that, and the other thing, it's gonna be a whole order of magnitude more complex, I think. Which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. Because I think that complexity in the way that it looks, the way that it appears in PoE 2 seems like it'll be more interesting than the way it is in PoE 1. PoE 1 has just had so much so much stuff developed for it over the years, and like this mechanic got buffed and this mechanic got developed in this way, and then people abused it, and then they nerfed it in this specific way, and now it just doesn't really make much sense on the face of it, but it works a certain way. And there's like Leech is probably the big example of that in PoE1. Like if you try and wrap your head around Leech, it's gonna take like a lot more effort than it should. Made promise to stay quiet about the game product provided by GG. I appreciate your continued commitment, Viva. Hey yo, what's up, Weeby Wolf? You know, hey, thanks for the follow too. How we you doing? Things are going well. We're just grinding. Nose to the grindstone. Pit run after pit run after pit run after pit run after pit run. Believe it or not, after pit run. We've spent every stream for the past like 2 weeks doing you know, somewhere around 100 to 150 pit runs every day. Today we're gonna do more than that, and then tomorrow we're gonna do even more than that. But after tomorrow, we'll be done. Looking for some help to level if possible. Unfortunately, I am very committed to remaining solo at what I'm doing. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be opposed to blasting a few pits to help, but every like 10 seconds we lose on a pit run during this extends our time doing it, and it's just a nightmare. Hope this doesn't count as toxic. It's okay. It's less toxic than typing without restraint, let's say. Hell yeah. But good luck with the Druid. If and when I do play in seasons, next season, I'll probably end up doing a Druid at some point. It's looking like it's gonna get some nice changes next update. No comment, no comment. PoE on my PS5 isn't that stable. Tends to crash, but was designed for PC. Hopefully PoE2 will be more stable. I think it has a fair chance. PoE2 or PoE1 didn't get. When did PoE1 get ported to PlayStation? I'm not sure. But either way, I'm pretty sure it was a long way into the history of the game, so... No, developing the game from nothing with the intent to put it on consoles probably is a long time ago, almost since you played it right. Now, you feel free to share at any time. I appreciate it. Viva just has negative feelings about the game. But you don't gotta worry about that. Yeah, I think there's a good chance PoE2 will be good. That it will be more stable, I mean. I think it's going to be good regardless, but... Stability on consoles is likely to be better. They don't have 10 years of shenanigans to try and port things over. So are you gonna get into PoE2 when it releases, like next week, or are you gonna give it a little while and just enjoy PoE1 while you're getting the hang of things? Made by Kiwis? Hell yeah, dude. What's not to like? I have no insects. Straight to PoE2 next week? Hell yeah. So we're experiencing it together. I'm so excited, dude. They announced it the year that I started playing Path of Exile. And so the whole time I've been a Path of Exile enjoyer, I've been waiting. It's good when there's competition. At the end of the winners are the gamers, because companies try to provide better products. That's right. And I think it's actually a good thing when the developers take inspiration from each other. So like, even if it is basically lifting mechanics from each other, I think that's fine. There's a lot of things in PoE2 that look really similar to a lot of other things in a lot of other games, and I think it'll make for a satisfying mix of stuff. Especially because they do bring their own mix of originality as well, of course. Parents are from New Zealand. We're from New Zealand, Australia here. Hell yeah. I always kind of assumed there was like a little bit of beef between New Zealanders and Australians for just for shits and giggles. Is that true? Three people talking from different parts of the world? Hell yeah, dude. It's one of the best parts about... For me, it's one of the best parts about being a streamer. I've talked to so many people from so many different places, it's crazy. Never would have happened. Not really. Gotcha. Honestly, it's probably better that way. More positive and whatnot. The most chill people? I'd love to go there sometime. Twice Grinding Gear Games has done like a Path of Exile convention in New Zealand. And if they do another one at some point, I would love to go if I had the opportunity. I've already got early access to PoE2, but not gonna lie, I kinda have been a little tempted to pick up one of the supporter packs just because of the Kiwi pets. It's just like such a national symbol, and it's nice to see them included in the game like that. Then again, I already have a key, and so like, do I really need to pick one up? I still kind of want to though. Honestly, the thought that I'm 1 day away, well, if we count today, then we're 2 days, but the thought that we're this close to being done the grind is making me not even upset when we run into bosses like Dead Mother or Sea Hag or whatever. Normally they tilt me to high heaven, but I just don't care. We're so close to being done. We're gonna be by the end of the week. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I'm excited. 7 o'clock in the morning. Damn. Early riser. Shit, I went to bed at 5 this morning. I got it up in the top right. It is 3 p.m. my time. Good old Eastern Standard. Not to be confused with Eastern Daylight Time, the much worse evil twin of Eastern Standard Time. Never been able to sleep in? Gotcha. It do be like that sometimes. It's like envy in there, damn. I always mix up which parts of Europe are like 6 hours ahead and which ones are 7. I've spoken to quite a few people from different parts of Europe, and it's nice to know when I'm like messaging someone that I'm not messaging them at like 3 o'clock in the morning. So I kind of try and keep track of that kind of thing a little bit. But it's good to know it's +7 right now, especially daylight savings time confuses the shit out of me with that kind of thing. Game, please. Yo, when you gave me the opals, I meant to check how much XP per run I was getting, and I checked at the start and totally forgot to afterwards. But we're at 322,626,000. 322,626. We're gonna check this time, damn it. Got 4 different time zones in Australia, man. At the moment. They thinking of adding more? We're getting rid of them. Gotcha. I was about to question the splitting it based on region like that, but I suppose I understand. Considering like being closer to the poles changes the daylight hours a lot more significantly than closer to the equator. It's something I never really thought about until this year because I've lived in Florida like most of my life. And now I've moved up to New England, which is in the northeast corner of the United States. It's like 1,500 miles further north or something, and now it's getting to be winter and it's dark at 4 o'clock. And that's just never happened. Yeah, I hope you can download the game again. Oh, hell yeah, that's a very kind offer, Mr. Viva. Oh, or just asks this lovely and always ready to help person. Yes. That's me. Wait a minute. I'm the streamer. Yes, I'm always happy to help. And if you get stuck or confused, I have a whole playlist on my channel about beginner Path of Exile stuff. Kind of about specific issues like how to manipulate your sockets and where all the labyrinth trials and stuff like that. So it's not exactly exhaustive, but there might be a couple things in there that could be helpful. I appreciate you, Vivo. Since it's 8:30 p.m. here today, yeah. I'm not sure what the actual specific time is today. However, every day it gets closer and closer to 4 p.m. and it's weird. Sir Willuko. That's me. Yeet. Has the cold kicked in yet? Kind of. It's been like 30 to 40 degrees. On the cold days, it's been getting down into like the 20s Fahrenheit. I wish I could remember the conversions off the top of my head. I guess it will be pretty close to 0 Celsius. But yesterday was our first real day of snow, and of course it had to be on Thanksgiving, and of course I had to drive like an hour away to visit family through the first giant snowstorm of the year, and like, I don't know, something like 5 inches dropped on my town or something. It's like 40 degrees out today, and there's still snow on the ground because too much dropped for it to melt that quickly. But it's gonna go back under freezing tonight, so it's probably all gonna turn into ice. You love to see it. They've never lived anywhere where it snows. Very few spots in Australia for that. Yeah, that's same here. I've only ever like visited places where it snowed during the winter, like a handful of times. So this will be my first time ever like living through an entire winter like that. I'm kind of excited, but kind of nervous. But also, I've learned already the magic of fireplaces. They're awesome. And I am glad that I finally have an excuse to wear the like 37 hoodies I've built up over the years, because every once in a while I just like want a hoodie in Florida because they're comfy, but also it's hot as shit. So I never have a real excuse to wear them. But now if I don't wear 2 or 3 sweaters a day, it's like I'm freezing, so I finally have the excuse I've been looking for all my life. So I'd call that a positive. The biggest problem I've run into being up here compared to Florida is that in Florida, everybody, and I mean everybody, has like an air conditioning unit, like a central cooling built into their house. And because it's a necessity, because it's so damn hot. But here it's cold most of the time, and in the summer it does get kind of warm, but like it's only for a couple months. So that being the case, almost nobody has central air. And the houses are all old as shit, so it's kind of tough to put it in. So the summer is actually a little more suffering than the Florida ones, just because I'd stay inside all summer in my nice air-conditioned house. Look what happened after this test. I'm just convincing people to play all kinds of games. Hell yeah. You're welcome, Diva. It's always good when more people find more stuff to enjoy. We go again. We got 2 people giving us free incense. Would you look at that? Would miss my air conditioning, especially in summer. 100 Fahrenheit? Yeah, that's nasty. I've heard stories of how hot Australia can get in some places, and Florida was pretty bad, but I'm not sure if it was that bad. Yeah, like the hottest the summer got up here was like 92 on like the hottest days. Fahrenheit. I feel like I should specify. So you know that's like a solid 10 degrees colder, but like, yeah, the AC. It's a real issue. The one saving grace is that most nights it would get down in the 70s, so like there would actually be a little bit of a reprieve most nights. But only a little bit of a reprieve till the sun gets back. You were ready to give up on the genre and pre-ordered Farming Simulator 25 and Fight Club, wait, Football Club 25? What is FC 25? Yo, I mean, Farming Simulator is timeless, though. That's still a W. On the southern coast of Australia, so you still get a mild winter, but summers are hot, dry, not humid. Oh. Well, there's that at least. Florida, in Florida, there's no point even checking the humidity because it's always going to be 90% or higher. Can't think of a time in my life where it wasn't. New name for FIFA series. Ah, gotcha. Well, if you get burnt out for the last week of the season before they release the next one, it's good you'll have options. Sticky as fuck. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nasty. And yeah, even trying to cool off in the shade just doesn't work when it's that humid. It's like the heat is just pervasive. Agreed. But there was one positive that I never considered. One positive about all that humidity that I never considered before spending time up here in New England. I'm not like I basically never had to use like moisturizer for my hands or anything, because you know it's just air's always humid. Everything's pretty well solid. But now like the corners of my fingernails and shit are like get dry all the time. It's just weird. It's never something I really had to think about. And like my eyes, I feel them get dry way more often now than when I lived down there. I feel like that's another part of it. Considering investing in eye drops, honestly. By the way, I totally forgot to check the total amount of XP for that run again. One of these days I'll remember. Alright. 382,204,000. I'm putting it right there so that way when I look at chat later, I'll see it and remember to look. Use a dehumidifier at home? Gotcha. Yeah, we have one in the basement because it was like, if we don't have one, it's just gonna get moldy. But that's the only bit. In Florida, there's no point. It would be like trying to empty out the ocean with a shovel. No. It's my dryness now. For a brief moment of horror, I thought I was missing a consumable for that run, but thankfully we have them all. And now we can check the actual amount because I see the number from before in the chat. So, new number is 392,407, which means we're back over 10 million per run, which is actually huge. We were like 9.7 without the opals, so Viva, thank you very much again for that contribution. Oh yeah, I appreciate it. Only 49 more runs before we're less than halfway through for the day. But before we're done the first level of the day. My potion wore off. Being able to see XP progression is going to help you through 299 to 300. PS5 doesn't show numbers, so you would just not look at the XP bar. Yeah, honestly, the past couple days I've been against looking at the actual numbers because, like, counting the amount of runs has been making it feel worse for me. But I do like the visual, being able to see the bar moving. Especially when it's going to be the last level, and I know when that bar fills up, I'm done. 867,530,900. What a funny number. I've never heard that number in my life. Bar hardly moves in 299. Yeah. But my hope is to zone out for like long enough periods of time and forget about the XP bar. So that when I look, it's been like 10 runs since I remembered to look, and then it's like a little bit farther. But the grind to, I've ground a couple characters up to level 100 in Path of Exile, which is the level cap. And that grind is bad as well. But like, I'm used to levels taking a while is the takeaway from that. The biggest problem with the grind to 100 in PoE is that when you die, you lose 2 bars of XP once you get to the end game. You can't ever D-level, so if you're at like 5%, you won't go back down to 0, but if you're above 10%, then you lose 10%. And so when 10% of level 99 to level 100 takes like 4 hours to grind, and you die, one of the bazillion one-shots in the game, it's heartbreaking. Diablo's easier, because that doesn't happen. Also, what's up, Dagon? How are you today? I neglected to ask. I apologize. Sick? Yeah, it do be like that. It do, in fact, be like that. You still on the up and up, at least? It's okay. The answer is boring. It do be like that sometimes, but, you know, better to live in boring times than tumultuous times. Getting better? Hell yeah. That's what matters. I've decided, I think, early next week, I'm probably going to make a tier list of all the classes in Path of Exile and the Ascendancies. Mostly to clickbait the shit out of the people who've been talking so much shit about tier lists pre-launch. But the tier list is just going to be based on which one I think is coolest. Is going to be purely based on aesthetics, because they released the art for all of the classes and ascendancies. If they want an invite, I can send them. Yeah, we do have a guild if you would like to hop in, or a clan if you would like to hop in. Aton. Names are really tough, I'm sorry. Monkey's getting hyped up a bunch, which makes me sad. Why is that? I thought Mercenary was the hype class. I thought I was safe in my hipster ways picking Monk, damn it. Yeah, the final answer and the highest rated class was going to be Chalupa Monk. That's what all the power gamers are thinking. I did see some pretty busted combinations of nodes regarding Energy Shield Leech and CI and stuff of that nature being wrapped up in the Monk. Mom and Instant Leech, yeah, that shit. But also the power fantasy of being a Chalupa cultist. How could I skip that? Breaches my whole thing. Taking a break from Deep Wars since grind completed. I got you. Understandable for the grind thing. I'm not gonna want to do a damn thing when I'm done. It'll be 6 months before I enter the pit again. Yo, we got a fast one. Oh, okay. For a moment when you sent me that screenshot, Dagum, I was concerned because I did not see those messages in my chat, but I see you have a sword in whatever chat this is from. That is not this chat. Let's have a look. Hear me out. Minor Matter plus Dark Monk instant mana leech, possibly CI and ton of VS. Yep. Jungron stole it from me. Classic, dude. These large PoE content creators be stealing all of our ideas, dude. Jungron steals yours. I'm pretty sure someone has stolen a build idea from Semper at one point, if I'm remembering correctly. There was someone else who had a build stolen from them. Maybe it was Spuds. But Quinn stole one of my builds. They never stop, dude. Where's my credit for coming up with Ice Crash Witch, Ice Crash Occultist? Quinn has not reacted to one of my videos as a repayment. It's bullshit. Oh, the upcoming week will be grinding the new Fortnite Chapter 6 Battle Pass before PoE2 launch. Hell yeah. Nice little genre change to cleanse the palate. I got it, I gotcha. Right, as if any of us are smart enough to have come to it first. You really think there were other people who thought of Ice Crash first? Actually, first, no shot. Well, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say. I had something to say that. Yeah, certainly none of the builds I've come up with are completely original. Because even in the season that I came up with Lightning Warp Mines, someone else was also playing Lightning Warp Mines, and we both reported the same issue on the forums. Because we were crashing the game by using it, and it was fucking awful. Because I was crashing all the time, and I was like, okay, this is awful. I need to report this shit, because if I don't report it, no one else is going to. And then I wrote the bug report, or I don't know if I searched it and saw it, or saw it after I wrote the bug report, but in the process of all that, I saw someone else also reported the same exact thing. And it was like, mind-boggling. As long as you can hang out, I appreciate you hanging out, sir. Go lay down. Feel better. Thank you. We're gonna finish it up tomorrow. I'm done with this shit. I'm not carrying it over past this weekend. Not even into Sunday. Saturday, the final battle. But good luck with your feeling better business. You got that easy. We don't need no immortality shrine. That was a lot of gem fragments. I don't remember seeing that pop out all that often. Oh, hey, look at that. We're over halfway there. I think we started at 118 million out of the 889 that we require. Yeah, so we've gained close to half a million. Well, just under 400 million so far. In an hour and a half. Not so bad. Could be worse. It could be raining. When I started streaming, though, it was in fact snowing. Very, very lightly. That was not worth jumping. Man, if Monk is gonna be the meta in PoE2 when it comes out, I don't know if I can play that in good conscience. I am, in fact, a hipster. Maybe we do go with my other idea of Gem Legionnaire. I don't know, dude. Because part of it would be, like, part of what I want to do is, in the first couple days, if I can get, like, a decent way into the endgame, I'd like to make a build guide of whatever build I've figured out by that point. But if I'm playing the same class as all the meta builds, and I am doing something that does not compare to the meta builds, which is highly likely, then I'm just gonna get overshadowed by those ones. So I don't know. I might have to think about it a little more. Pay more attention to what people are saying they're gonna do and base my decision off of that. Whatever I do, it has a prerequisite of it. It must be at least kind of silly. Artillery. Artillery's nuts. Got him. Pokemon definitely has your interest. Just to be able to see into the Breach sounds cool, right? Breach is objectively the coolest thing that has come out of Path of Exile. And so to make a class that is a Breach cultist is its peak. It's top tier. Which is why that's what I wanted to do first. And part of that was also because I thought everyone would play Mercenary first, because I feel like that's probably the class that's also gotten the most attention in like the reveals and stuff. Like, I feel like any of the gameplay that's come out, there's been like a 90% chance it's a Mercenary that's being shown. I'm sure they've done a little bit for the other classes, but I just don't know. But like, say everyone's playing Dark Monk. They're doing a bazillion damage and dumpstering everything. And then I make a slightly silly Dark Monk that does like, you know, a solid 10 million damage, which is enough to get through, but not like absolutely eviscerate everything. And that build guy's just not gonna take off, you know? But then if nobody in the entire early access is playing Blood Mage, or Bloodmance, or whatever they call it, then like, even if I do something a little silly, then that has a much better chance of working out. Honestly, Chronomancer looked really cool too. Come on now. We got stuff to do. Can't believe we have to wait a whole week, dude. Actually, what time precisely does it come out? We're officially less than a week away. 11 a.m. December 6th, Pacific Standard Time. So for me, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So basically the normal time I start my streams. Fuck yeah, dude. You can't plan writing like that. Try the Chronomancer subclass, Time Magic, yeah. That also looks cool as shit. I just really hope bosses aren't immune to it, because if bosses just invalidate the entire identity of the class, that would just be kind of silly. Though I think they've said there's only one boss that does that. And it's because he specifically is also a time magic user. And so, like, you try and freeze him and he's like, bitch, please. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these runs have been taking a really long time to get through today, but I've hardly been paying attention to the timer because I'm committed to the result of hitting level 298 today, and just the fact that we're so close to being done has me less in a hurry for some reason. Like, we don't have an unreachable summit to climb anymore, because the summit is in sight. So, I feel like I can relax a little more. Extra challenge is good. Hopefully not 100% immune, because that would make for an interesting battle, right? And, I think they have a pretty good track record of letting even really powerful mechanics work on bosses. Specifically the one I'm thinking of is Culling Strike. In that game, so long as the target is something that actually dies, if you have Culling Strike and the boss hits the threshold, the enemy, no matter what kind of enemy it is, including bosses, as soon as it hits that threshold and you have Culling Strike, that thing will die immediately. Doesn't matter who it is. In Diablo, that's not the case. And in a lot of other games, I feel like I've seen exceptions for bosses on mechanics like that. So I think it'll be pretty good in most cases. Or at least it'll do something in most cases, even if it just, like, Giga fills the stagger bar on the boss. That'll be useful in its own right. Bro, den mother, please. Back to back. This is illegal. I can't sit that far back. I'll fall asleep. I know what happens here. Also, I've not looked at my consumables in about 15 years. It's a good thing we still have those running. Despise the Den Mother and Sea Hag? Same, dude. I genuinely wish they were not in the boss pool for pits. And I really feel like the Den Mother in particular has like an actual variable window of how long she can make you wait, from like 3 to 10 seconds. Like sometimes it really does feel like it's that long. Testing the build now, pit 100 on 4 people party in 3 minutes. Dang. That's crazy. Let's go. Congratulations, sir. Sea Hag is a little better because she's always the same duration, but it's still like a longer duration than I'd like. Just let me have the boss, man. I opened the portal. I did what you wanted. Let me kill the boss. It's tough to dodge and drink at the same time, turns out. Yeah, that too. The blood guy is worse for that. I think he has the longest, but since I have not picked up a significant amount of loot in at least a week, it's not been a problem for me. I think I left like 1 piece of triple greater affix gear on the ground because I teleported out before I realized it was on the floor, but like I wasn't too heartbroken. Speaking of, yeah. For a long time I was taking the effort to go spend my ovals too. I've been capped on those for at least a week now as well. I'm not gonna lie, after I do finish this grind, I'm not changing my mount off the modeled Panther for like at least 3 years. I'm gonna have to get at least 3 years of use out of it before it's made up for the amount of time I spent grinding this this damn Paragon level. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Speaking of, I feel like it's been 2 days since I got a Pit Whisper. We're almost 2/3 of the way through 296. We'll check the actual XP number at 2 hours. I left an elite. Silly me. Those are the one things we don't leave. Don't see a difference between solo and 4 people party XP. Yeah, that tracks. It's kind of like what I was saying earlier when I was getting started in the grind was the XP bonus for killing stuff in a party applies to the XP you get from enemies you kill. Theretofore, it only applies to like a small portion of the XP you get from a pit run. Keep in mind that you carry the damage. Right. But, so you have whatever bonuses you have from like your elixir, your incense, and your opals if you have any. And then you get the party bonus XP, but that all goes to the like 30% of the XP that you're earning that actually comes from monster kills. Because for us at pit tier 70, it's like 30% of our XP, and it's less if you're doing higher because you get a bigger bonus from killing the boss. Alright, my opal wore off and we're at an hour 50. I think that's close enough to call it 2 hours. Because I would like to get up and take a break at 2 hours, but I don't want to waste duration on an opal. So right now, we are at 570 million. We started at 118, which means we've gone up 462 in just under 2 hours. That'd be very close to 500 million if we did the next 10 minutes of grinding. So I think we're close to the 250-ish that we've come to expect, which is good. So we should be through here in a while longer. Probably like 4 or 5 more hours. Playing on Torment 1 and you've killed many bosses, but they do not drop mythic uniques. Tired of repeating boss quests and getting nothing? Yeah, mythic uniques are exceptionally rare. I didn't really start seeing them until I hit Torment 3 and I farmed a lot of bosses. Like, to give you reference, there was There have been several days where I've farmed bosses on stream for like 4 hours straight, doing probably somewhere like 200 or 300 bosses in that time, and I'd get like 4. So anywhere from like 2 to 5 mythic uniques from that many bosses on higher difficulties, which have higher chances of dropping them. So if you're looking for a mythic unique, probably the most time effective way to get more would be focus on powering up your character until you can get into the Torment 3 or Torment 4, and then try and kill the bosses on those difficulties. And you'll still have to kill them a bunch of times, but it'll be less times than if it was if you were trying to farm them on Torment 1. But that said, I hope you're doing well, Ollie, or O7I. And I am going to get up and stretch my legs. So I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you aren't even not already, make sure you smack the like button and the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you smack the follow button. And when we return, get this, we're doing more pit runs. Crazy, I know. All right, friends. We made it. It's time. One moment, and we'll get right back into it. Also, I put some coffee on, so I'm gonna grind for the duration of precisely 1 opal. And then, once it expires, I will go get some coffee that I made. All right. It's time. Our 1 opal. And away we go. Also, I just realized all those gem fragments that were dropping were probably from the opal that I had running. I kind of forgot that was the thing. Also, my instance literally just run out. Should pop that. But yeah, those gem fragments are most definitely from the opal. Also, O7, if you're still here, Viva's offering to run you through some bosses on higher torment difficulties for a chance at mythic uniques. It's a pretty good offer. Honestly, I didn't think of that, Viva. That's a good point. Helping him do pit 65 and take him at boss slaughter to get something nice, maybe? Yeah. That would be awful, awful kind. Looks like in one, maybe two more runs, we'll officially be 2/3 of the way through to 296. Which I believe we started at about a sixth of the way through, so that would mean we've done half of the level to get to 2/3. So we're making progress. We're making progress. That's what matters. Still can't get over the fact that after tomorrow, we're gonna be done. Today is gonna be a little longer than usual because we're doing more than 1.5 billion. Tomorrow is gonna be much longer than usual because we're doing closer to 2 billion. However, I don't even care, dude. Because we'll be done. The entire bar just filled up. That's cool. I'll take that any day. 13:47. We're out of here in 73 seconds. We should have that happen more often. I would like that a lot. Did 298 to 300 on your last grind. Once you reach final level, that in itself was motivation enough. Yeah, I believe it, because even just thinking of being level 299 is motivating me at 296. Just seeing the bar fill up for the last time is probably, I imagine, very cathartic. We'll find out tomorrow, though. Yeah, we're officially over 2/3. 280 million to go exactly. And then after that, only 900 million to go. was telling you about the current XP balance in the game that the first feeling I felt was relief. Sense of achievement was a small amount of that. I understand where you're coming from. I really think they need to make it. I really think they need to rebalance the XP in the game. Like, just triple the amount of XP every monster gives, and remove the bonus for clearing from the pit. Or at least to, like, shrink it. I think there should be some kind of extra reward for clearing higher level pits, but I don't think it should be bazillions of XP. Like, I would understand a bigger multiplier on the amount of XP you get from killing monsters, like based on which pit tier you're on. That could make sense, because that's kind of how it works with torment difficulties. So like, Torment 3 you get the 400% extra XP or whatever, and then you get the Torment 65, and then you get the Torment 4 XP bonus, which is like 600% or whatever the hell. If they just kind of incrementally stepped it up as you go higher in tier beyond 65, that would make sense. But I think the XP should be derived from killing monsters, because then if I wanted to get a reasonable amount of XP, I could do more than one activity. Unfortunately, in any of the things they've announced from Season 7, I've not heard them even mention that, like, mention any consideration of changing how XP works from where it is right now. Which is a bummer. But then again, they may also see it as totally okay, because they're not expecting the majority of people, or even like very many people at all, to grind up all the way up to 300 in a given season. Like, I kind of think 260 to 270 is probably meant to be a bit of a soft cap, and anyone pushing higher than that is just being stubborn about reaching the maximum. But I think it's good that the maximum should be reachable, and reachable in a fun way. So, I would like to see it changed. But I think that's kind of the same approach they took to Torment 4 with how it's balanced. Because they said they wanted Torment 4 to be aspirational. That is to say, they didn't want Torment 4 to be like a thing that people are hitting level 60 and then being like, okay, straight to Torment 4, and if I'm not farming on Torment 4, then everything is shit. Which is why, like, everything is technically attainable as early as Torment 1. It's just farming in the higher Torment difficulties is more efficient. With Spiritborn, I think that kind of got thrown out the window because it's so damn busted. But I think with other classes, it's a little bit more challenging to get it all the way up to Torment 4, and so it's probably a little more exciting when you get there. And maybe they wanted something like a similar kind of feeling for the Paragon, or for maxing out the Paragon levels, but I just think they missed the mark. They probably missed the mark with that one. Because damn, this sucks. Still wish that leveling was per character. Only missed one season of the game. In each of those seasons, you leveled up multiple classes. You wish the Paragon levels were per character? Gotcha. Yeah, honestly, I thought it was a little weird when they announced that all the alts can, or all the alts share Paragon levels. But I don't think I mind it. Most of the time, I don't even make very many characters in a season, so it doesn't really affect me very much. But I will say it is kind of fun to make a new character, and as soon as it hits level cap, spend 300 points back to back. And then suddenly your character has gone from a fresh level 60 to kind of a badass, if you've done it right. I think it's kind of fun. But also I think the fact that it is shared is another reason that the grind is so damn big to get max. They don't want people to finish the Paragon grind and then, like, in the first 3 days, and then just have nothing to do for the rest of the season, or no like XP to gain. Hello? Am I unstoppable, please? I got frozen for the first time in like 3 days. That was toxic as hell. Bro, my nose. Stop itching. Opal's still got almost half of its duration left. Should not have gone to that corner. We should have just left. Get me out of that terrible layout. We beat 90 seconds on the portal. Nice. I also did not keep Supremacy going. Hello? What's that? Conceded. +3 to Apex, +3 to Potent. What the fuck? What was the third one? And it had max life on it. That's crazy. Apex is this one. Damage to vulnerable. And Potent is this one. Which is up to 10% if you hit someone 100 times with Jaguar skills. That's bananas. It was actually worth picking up. That's crazy. I almost just threw it on the floor. Again. YEET. Excuse me, so sorry. Hell yeah. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen an amulet with 2 passive skills on it before, let alone 2 greater affix passives. Actually insane. Okay. It's a Jaguar build tomorrow. I have to wear that. I can't let that rot in my stash. It's confirmed. I was a little torn between hardcore and Jaguar build, but that's too neat of a find. That might actually be the first piece of useful, the first piece of gear where all 3 greater affixes were useful. And any other 3 GA piece of gear I found has been like 2 of them good at tops, like 2 of them good at most. Or it's been like, lucky hit heal, +5 vigor per second, or +13 life per 3 seconds, or per 5 seconds, whatever. Like, all of that together on the same piece of gear, and it's just like, why even bother, dude? Why even bother? But would that be good enough to replace Banished Lord's Talisman is the real question. The answer is probably not, if we were to try and do like a Kepreki build. But it may lend itself very well to a Sepizontek type build where we're using the like Ravager for extra hits, plus the always tripled the always third hit of the basic attack thing. Since the third hit of the Jaguar basic attack is like a flurry of hits, so it would stack up potent hella quick. So we constantly use the third hit of Jaguar basic attack. Constantly have Ravager running for an extra hit per time we hit everything. Get ferocity and stuff for the attack speed. Could be neat. Dash mobility Ravager has, right. And I'm pretty sure I have a max roll on the, or I guess it would be a minimum roll on the legendary power that says Ravager no longer has a duration. Instead, it drains X amount of resource. And I'm pretty sure I have like the least possible resource for it to drain, so it shouldn't be too hard to keep it going forever if I do that. Interesting, interesting. That would be a piece of gear I would want to, like, triple crit the master working properly. All on potent. Now that is cool. Yeah, I've been interested in trying it since I saw it. If I don't have a max roll, it's real close. Alright, we're down to about a minute left on the opal that I said I was going to use, and then when it expires I was going to go get coffee. It's about expired, so I'm going to go ahead and go get that coffee. But as usual, appreciate you watching. Like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Follow if you're watching on Twitch. I'll be back in like 4 minutes, and then we'll actually be buckled down for like another couple hours. My mic is muted. I don't know how long. Oh no, it's only been since I got back. That's only a couple minutes. Thank you though. Yeah, Soar is difficult to handle even with mouse and keyboard. I'd say only a couple days ago did I really figure out the actual rules for how it works for like jumping through walls and shit, and I still mess it up. More power, baby! Finally changed part of the gear you wanted. What'd you change? Did you get the master working critted properly? Oh, that could be really tough. But yeah, I could not imagine trying to use Soar on controller. Because wouldn't it auto-target enemies, since it's technically an attack? So the farthest you can really go with it is the next pack of enemies. Oh, I'll look at that in a second, Viva. I wonder what this boss is. Hence your choice of Ravager and the Hunter. That makes sense. This. So these are the old pants Viva had. Interdiction. Greater affix all res, that's pretty neat. Freeze, lucky hit, max resolve, okay. Changed to. Hell yeah, dude. That's pretty snazzy. I hope your reses are okay though. That's a lot to lose. Potion gone. Yeah, there have been a ton of times where I'll like try and soar over a wall and then accidentally click on like a planter or a pillar or something, or like a fountain in particular. And I'll just teleport in the same spot 3 times because I keep mashing it and not realizing I'm 1 pixel hovering over like the edge of some obstacle. She gets annoying. Roll more on basic skills but run out of Odyssey. You'd probably be better off rolling on maximum resolve. Tomorrow, for sure. Yo, Den Mother into Sea Hag. The world's worst 1-2 combo. It feels bad leaving all those boss mats on the floor, but I also can't afford to spend the time picking them up. Priority 1. is not picking up stuff. Priority 1 is XP. Also, to answer your question, Aton, yes, Viva is using Kepaleki. Would you look at that? And bye-bye, Gregory Metz. It's so long. Bye-bye, Zer Materials. I'll miss you. Whoops. Two GAN's blessing. What about it? Let me look in a sec. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that'll do it. That will, in fact, do it. How much is on them? Set? Okay, yeah. You know what? You're right. You got a point. That'll do it. Consumables are all set. I have a dream that one day they'll make a new UI element that stays in one spot for each type of consumable. So that way we know if we have them active or not, without having to like search through the little buff bar that's full of shit all the time. Like if they put like little potion icons up here and gave them little timers and shit, I feel like that would be infinitely preferable. This game looks nothing like D2. Looks like a mobile game mixed with WoW or something. What do I like most about the game? I kind of like the simplicity, honestly. You're not wrong. It's a lot more arcadey than Diablo 2, like less hardcore maybe. But I think that kind of is one of its strengths. There are a lot of games in this genre that are like borderline impossibly complicated, and so having a more easily accessible option is not a bad thing, I don't think. In general, I just like I like how quickly you can start up and try a new build. This is the first season I've actually made an effort to try multiple builds in a season, and it's been a lot of fun actually. With the way they changed progression this current season, it's been a very smooth process. Have you played it, Chris, or are you just going strictly off of how it looks? Yeah, PoE can get a little over the top sometimes. My first thought for PoE2 is gonna be Chaos. Hand of Chayula Monk, the old Breach cultist, because I am an IRL Breach cultist. It's my favorite league in PoE1, and honestly, I think it's one of the coolest ones they've ever made. But I hear that might end up being the meta thing, and I'm kind of a hipster, so my next consideration was either like Gemwing Legionnaire, which may also be a pretty popular pick, or like Bloodmancer, I think. Then when last time I stood up to go get some coffee, I was thinking, and I forgot to mention this on stream, but I was thinking, wouldn't it be funny to make the first ever league start in PoE2 be Flicker Strike? If that's even in the game at that point. Which I think I saw them using it in one of the announcements, so I think there's a good chance. Although A, it would probably feel like shit. B, I always feel really bad playing that on stream because I don't want people to get motion sick watching my channel. So we may not actually do that. It just seemed like a funny idea. What about yourself? You got any builds in mind? Oh, also, I was looking at one of the teasers yesterday, and I thought the new Archmage looked way more easy to understand than the old one. Just a simple spells cost more mana and get more damage based on how much max mana you have. Easy peasy. Boycotted Blizz shortly after D3 release. Killed Deckard Cain with a butterfly boss. Yo, the cow level was cool as shit. I will brook no no slander. And also I don't think that's a good way to refer to something in a negative light. Cartoon graphics. This is your first time seeing D4. Gotcha. Yeah, we're playing probably one of the sillier builds in the game right now. This build basically, our main damage is those feathers that pop out every time we evade. So, and then like every time we attack with a normal attack or like we summon that giant ass bird, we always reduce the cooldown on the evade so we can throw more feathers. I'm not sure there are builds that look sillier than this, except for the faster versions of this. Because there's ways to like animation cancel the evade, I think, which they patched out. There were really accessible ways to cancel the animation of the evade, so you could restart evading really fast. And people were zooming all over the place and it was killing the servers. So they stopped that, but then I think someone figured out another way to animation cancel. I just haven't seen a ton of people doing it, so it might be a little tougher. But there are a lot of cool builds available, particularly in the class they released with the Vessel of Hatred expansion. And they all feel really different from each other, so I think it's a neat class for sure. I will say, I can't remember the last time I was a huge fan of any story Blizzard made, except for maybe like the initial cutscenes of like the character introductions in Overwatch. That was probably the last bit of Blizzard story I ever cared about. So the D3 and the D4 stories I just have very little interest in. So I can't exactly blame you on that point. On to the next. We're just over 3 hours into today's grind, and we are very, very close to finishing out this level. And after that, only 3 remain. Of which we'll do 1 more today. So we're gonna go all the way until 298 today. So we're finishing this level and doing the entire next level. And then tomorrow, we're doing all of 298 and then all of 299. So we'll finish out the entire grind. Tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as per usual. Honestly, I can't fucking wait to be done. Originally, the plan was going to be to finish the grind on Sunday. We were going to do 1.5 billion XP today, 1.5 billion XP tomorrow, and then finish out the grind, whatever was left on Sunday. But I can't honestly bear the thought of extending the grind another day. So we're just going to spend a real long time tomorrow doing this. And then when we're done, we're done. This dude always lasts like 1 more dash longer than I expect him to. Also, I think my opal wore off. I didn't feel the pain of leaving any boss materials on the floor back there. And yeah. My guess is 5 more runs before we're leveled up. Somewhere around 10 more minutes. We've gone 730 million so far today. In about 3 hours. Considering I have taken some time to get up and like get coffee and do other things for a couple minutes. We are still holding pretty close to 250 million an hour. We're a little lower than that. But, our runs today have not been the fastest, I will say. I've mostly been just just going a little bit slower. Probably targeting the wrong things a little bit. Spending a little too much time killing stuff that's not elites. And, just in general not being super efficient compared to the past couple days. I feel like we've had a lot less, like, way fewer runs today have been under 90 seconds than usual. But that's okay, because I'm committed to finishing the grind by tomorrow, so whatever. If it takes us 8 hours today and 10 hours tomorrow, don't matter. We'll be done on the same day either way. Yeah, about 3 more runs will do it. I overshot it. I genuinely did not think the portal would open from that pack. Okay, bye. One more will do it. After one more run, we'll probably have to open up another potion. Would you look at that? Boss dead in 90 seconds. Or in there. And we didn't level up. Fuck. I thought we had it. This time for sure. We didn't even have to finish it. We were like, if we leveled up this early in a run, that means we were only like 500 KOA tops. Free to go, fucking yeet. Hell yeah. What's the actual requirement? 926. It's a little higher than I was expecting, but I was expecting like 910, so it's like 2 runs higher than I was anticipating. Whatever. That means we're doing a total of 100 and... I'm sorry. About 1.7 billion today. Three to go, but really only 2 to go before the real one. Consumables are good. That's good. Believe that's all of the dexterity available in that glyph's radius. So I suppose it's just more dexterity in this one, which could be that one, and then that one. Seems good to me. Away we go. So if we've been doing 250 million per hour, we probably have like a solid 4 hours ago. Like maybe 3.5. We'll be lucky if we get out of here before 7 hours of uptime. But I don't even care. Whoops. I gotta trim my beard. I keep getting coffee in it. Well, we were making good time, and then we got this boss. Bro, again? Again, this is a less than 10% chance to find this boss. How do we keep getting it? It should be illegal, dude. What's that? Artillery, not the worst option. I'm ready for this to turn into another one of them world's longest dead ends that this place is so famous for. Yep, there it is. Not even enough dudes to open the portal. I think their spawn rates must be higher. I wouldn't put it past them, honestly. Also, I've literally spent a full 25 seconds backtracking. And we killed 2 packs and opened the door. Fuck. And she's here a 3rd time. Motherfucker. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them to do some shit like that. However, it's probably an even chance to get all of them. It just feels like they spawn more often because they're the ones we don't like, so anytime we see them, it's like, we notice it more. That, and there's this fun little principle called random walk, where basically anytime anything happens on a random basis, it is not uncommon for there to be a tendency to get the same result multiple times in a row. It's not like a great chance of that happening. Something like that. I've never really read much about it, but I've heard explanations of it. That's basically what it comes down to. So basically, sometimes shit happens over and over and over again for no damn reason. When by all rights, it really shouldn't. You had one run where you cleared most of the first, completely cleared out the second. Had to backtrack to the first. Yep. Once you ran back there, you didn't even have to kill any more monsters in the portal form. Weird. I've had the no portal thing, but I don't know if I've ever had to not kill any monsters after doing the backtracking. I don't even know why it's an option for like to be able to run out of monsters in the second zone and not have a way to a third zone. Like just strictly from a level generation standpoint, I feel like it would be way more simple to just make sure every level has an entrance portal and an exit portal. Or like at the very least consider how much progress left you have on the bar. And like if it's under a certain point, then add another portal at the end, you know, something like that. I don't know. It makes no damn sense to me. I did have a run earlier today that we ended up clearing in 73 seconds or something like that because I was halfway through the bar, I killed a monster, and then the bar filled up. Really not sure what causes that, but you know what? If it speeds me up, I'll take it. Certainly will not mind that. Bruh, this is why we got the coffee, to preempt the sleepies. Fuck. We're 3.5 hours in. Or we're only 3.5 hours in. It's way too early to be yawning. Bro, can I please have the shrine? Please? I'm begging. Constant pit runs are glitching the system. We constantly get a message for the world boss when you have the pit run. That happens anywhere. It's been happening since the expansion came out. If they are having server issues from the sheer volume of pit runs being opened and closed at high speeds, I have exactly zero sympathy for them. And in fact, I hope all the traffic from all of the pit runs I personally have opened and closed are giving them server issues, because if they're making me do this, I'll make them deal with my shit. Turnabout's fair play. But I don't think it's necessarily a server issue. I think if anything, it's probably just edge cases in the way they chose how to generate the levels, or the way they decided to generate the levels, and because of how many runs we're doing, we're just running into the less likely edge case scenarios. We're almost a tenth of the way there. Full of den mothers, sea hags, and bishops. Yep. For that reason too, fuck their servers. Also, another reason, or another thing that is a problem of their own making, is the fact that we have to go from the pit run to the town, then back into the pit run. So we always have to like reconnect and reload into the town, and then reopen the next portal, and then go into the next zone. And if we just got a little obelisk inside the protection bubble at the end of the pit run, so we could start another one from in there, that would literally cut down my time between runs by like 30%. In terms of like the full time of the run, it would probably cut like 10% off my time. We are making good progress. Hell yeah. I wish it was faster, but I could be going 10% per minute, and I still wish I'd be going faster. It'd be great. Motherfucker. Spawn the boss, damn it. It would also be economical for their own server costs. That's all I'm saying. This is yeah, it's gone. Do I watch any series? I watch a lot of anime. Like, I have a schedule for watching anime. The last like actual live action television show that I watched was Shogun. That was awesome. I watched Succession when it was finishing its last season a while ago. That was pretty good. I feel like there was another one. Yeah, I binged the shit out of another show. I'm just trying to remember what it was. Oh, Breaking Bad. I watched all the way through for the first time a while ago, and I kind of hated it. But I don't think it was a bad show. I just didn't really like it very much. I've been meaning to watch Better Call Saul because from what I've seen of that, I'd probably enjoy it a little more. Something like Walking Dead. I think I watched the first season of that a long time ago, and I just didn't. It didn't really grab me. If we find her like 3 more times, we will have lost an entire pit run to her in the past like hour. Oh, I also, I just remembered I got a little ways into the Walking Dead video game. It was like the Telltale Games thing where it's like an interactive story more than like a full-on game, which is kind of what a game is, but like it was more focused on entirely being storytelling. And that was pretty neat, but I also did not get through that. Third season of From. Can't say I heard of it. Is it good? Is it living up to the hype? Couldn't imagine my disappointment if a show got all the way to its 3rd season and it fell off. Looking at you, Game of Thrones. I believe that's 10%, yeah. Actually, the last run was 10%. Now just do that 9 more times and we're good to go. I think that's fairly reasonable. Like a lot, it's on HBO. Hell yeah, I'll have to check it out. I have been looking for something to watch. The problem with the anime I've been watching recently is that if it's a show that's already entirely out, I binge through it in like a day or two. And if it's something that is actively coming out, I can only watch 1 episode a week. And so I either have so either way I just run out too quick. So I was thinking of looking for another like a longer live action show to watch. Horror, but it's something a bit different from the rest of the stereotypes and stuff. Gotcha. A little horror movie never, a little horror show never hurt nobody. Hey, yo, free incense. Thanks, buddy. I was genuinely considering rewatching Succession since that's on HBO as well. It's kind of a show about rich assholes being rich assholes, but it's pretty funny to watch. Please kill the elite. Thank you, Feathers. Time to sleep, almost 1 a.m. Happy to see new people here. Hope more and more will join. Yeah. Appreciate you hanging out, Viva. Thank you again for the opals. And for staying up so late when you're already not feeling good. Get yourself some good sleep. Feel better soon. Another thing I'm really excited about for when we hit 300 is yeah, no problem, Viva. When we hit 300, I'm really excited to see how many levels we have on our mercenaries, because I haven't checked since like level 270, and we've killed billions of monsters since then. So we certainly have quite a few mercenary levels to claim between the both of them. My potion wore off. I think if we just mentally break up the level into tenths instead of like sixths, we'll probably start feeling a little better about our speed. Rather, I'll start feeling a little better about our speed. Because it only takes about 20 minutes to do 100 million XP. Or like 90 million XP, the actual tenth. So we get the little satisfaction of crossing that threshold a little more often than crossing each of these little borders between our abilities on the XP bar. Like, after this run, we'll be a sixth of the way there, but a fifth is a little higher than a sixth, so still not quite there yet. The real question is, where are the elites? Because I'm seeing hardly none of them. Hardly. I'm not seeing hardly any of them. Dear goodness. Oops. Game, please. So I think like 3 more runs will be 20%. Yep, that tracks. I was correct. we go again. Hello, enemies, please. We're getting like 2 enemies per square mile here. And none of them elites until this one. Works for me, boss. Are we there yet? Nope. This one will put us over 30% or 20% though. I wish it was 30%. Officially 20%. %30% will be 186%. I'm sorry, 186 million. No, numbers are really tough. Excuse me. 20% is 186 million. 30% is 276. Something like that. 20% is 184, not 186. Yo, it's been like a solid half an hour since the Den Mother spawned. I guess we got all the spawns for a while out of the way. Of course, now that I say that, that's who the boss is gonna be in this one, but it was nice while it lasted. I felt like I had to point it out. It's too late. Sometimes you just gotta do it so you can appreciate the fact that you haven't had to deal with the bullshit for a while, you know? I think I left it. It wasn't elite. Probably not worth it to go back for just one regular elite, especially since he de-aggroed and walked to where I was before, but whatever. It's a good thing to not leave them behind. Plebs, on the other hand, we don't need those at all. Oh, wow. Who is it? Don't say I already know. Oh, it wasn't. Nice. The streak continues. Huge W. Jinx averted. Yep. I'm immune. What can I say? I'm built different. No jinxes here. Nah, the worst shit is, before I ever got my first level 100 in Path of Exile, there were several times where I attempted to get there and failed because it was too damn tilting, and my builds are not usually very tanky. But there was a lot of times, and I mean a lot of times, where I would hit 50% of the way through like level 97 or something when it starts getting real tough to make progress. I would hit like exactly 50% and die immediately. And then while I was going from my 40% back up to the 50%, every once in a while I'd be like, damn, wouldn't it suck if I died again before I even got back to 50%? And then, no shit, within 10 seconds I'd die again. And that happened too many times to be a coincidence. It was toxic as shit. I ended up calling it the D word, and then that was usually enough to avoid the circumstances. But that was a horrible time. Thankfully now in Path of Exile there's an item called an Omen of Amelioration, which if you carry it in your inventory, if you have it in your inventory and you die, you only lose like 2.5%. I'm sorry, you lose 75% less XP. So instead of the usual 10% penalty, it's only 2.5%. So that's made it much easier to get to level 100 without having like a Giga tank build. Wasn't aware of the fact of XP loss because it crashes out and progress far in PoE. Gotcha. Yeah, you don't have to worry about it in the early game. In Acts 1 through 5, there is no XP penalty. In Acts 6 through 10, there is one, but it's half the XP penalty, which is only 5%. And the levels at that point are so easy to get through that it's not a problem. It's really only an issue when you get up to like 95 plus. You've seen enough of the mechanics to know you'll enjoy PoE2. Hell yeah. I'm excited to hear what you think when you do get to try it. And I really hope there are minimal stability issues with PoE2. There's definitely going to be issues. I mean, like server capacity and all that on launch day is going to be a shit show. As it is in 99% of cases with launches, or just about anything. But if it goes well, and there aren't too many crashes and progression lockers and stuff like that, I think it's going to be a great time. Even as recently as the day that they announced all of the details of like the endgame system and what would be coming in the early access, the devs did a Q&A with a creator, a PoE creator, and before they did the interview, they let him play Path of Exile for a while. And during the interview, they talked about how the creator accidentally pushed a boss onto an elevator, and then the elevator went up, and the boss died, and it like gave him like a soft lock on his progression. And so, yeah, there was still some stuff to work out even as late as that. So there's probably going to be issues, but that's what early access is for. Still waiting for PS5 early access to drop in PS5 store. Yeah, I think it's only in the Xbox store right now. Like it's on Steam as well, but I don't know if people can preload it. I know Xbox people can preload it right now though. Unfortunately, I can't download the client because usually I play on the standalone client. They like running it through Steam. So I'm probably gonna have to wait until a lot closer to the day, if not the actual day of, to download the damn 90 gigs that it's gonna take up. I think it was like 95 or something. Seen it on the Xbox store, but Xbox controllers are toxic. Yeah, they're not nearly as cool as PlayStation controllers, are they? I don't mind Xbox controllers because they're like bigger, so your hands are like less clenched up. But PS5 controllers have so many features built in. The speakers and the triggers feel neat, and like PS5 games can make them feel funny to use. There's a lot of cool shit. 100% decided to try Chronomancer first? Hell yeah. I respect the commitment. I'm still a little wishy-washy on what my first one's gonna be. It's a 2GA something or other, but ain't no way is it as cool as the amulet I just picked up earlier, so I'm not gonna bother. I wonder what kind of abilities Chronomancer will be good with. Like, will there be... Like, are all of its time stop abilities gonna be based off of its ascendancy? Or are there going to be, like, time-based skill gems that anybody can use? My assumption is it's probably ascendancy stuff. Like you take ascendancy points that give you this time stop skill or that slow skill or whatnot, and then you'll have... Oh no, actually Temporal Chains specifically is one that is marked as a time spell, if I remember right. Which is pretty thematically appropriate, because Temporal Chains is a DOE one, and it's a curse that slows down your action speed. Or the action speed of enemies. Basically, whoever's it's on. It just slows down everything they do by a certain percentage. And so that's pretty appropriate for Chronomancer. But also it's something that'll be available to everybody, because that kind of thing doesn't need to be locked to one class. Or one ascendancy, even. But I can't offhand think of another example of something that could be shared. Oh hey, there she is. The rewinding aspect? Yeah. That should be really neat with like That'll certainly be useful as like a repositioning tool in bosses. Especially if movement speed is a little harder to come by than in previous PoE games. Or as if there's multiple than in PoE1. Characters in PoE1 by the end game are pretty darn zoomy in most cases. And usually by like level 10 in PoE1 you can get movement skills that are able to get you through the campaign pretty darn quick. So if they're a little more stingy with those early on and they don't give out a ton of movement speed, then bosses are probably going to be a little tougher to handle early on. Especially if they're like big, well-designed, like important boss fights that have telegraphs and really distinct mechanics to each of them. Which, considering they're putting every single campaign boss in the endgame, they're probably all pretty unique. Because it's not just, oh, we're gonna see this boss one time in Act 1 and then forget about him for the rest of the game. That motherfucker will keep showing up. Let's just hope none of them are like the Den Mother and take 20 seconds to even show up to the boss room. Fashionably late looking ass boss. I suppose that would be fitting for a Chronomancer though, wouldn't it? It's one reason you're undecided on whether I'll choose Witch Hunter or Gemming Legionnaire first when you try the Mercenary. Yeah, generally Legionnaire seems really cool, but I saw Witch Hunter has I think it was Witch Hunter has a passive that says, get 20 more weapon skill points. Which is insane. Because not only is it 20 extra skill points, granted, the exception, the one caveat to those 20 skill points is you can't use them to allocate keystones, which is like fine. It's fine. It's a solid limitation, but it's not a problem. So it's not. But the point is, it's actually 40 skill points because you have 20 per weapon, and you can just spend them all over the place. And I think they said 122 is the normal max, so that's like 15% extra or something. I don't know. Witch Hunter does look like it's gonna have its own pretty big power. Although I think a lot of people are also going to like Titan, because Titan has the ability to get 20 extra slots of inventory space, which was a thing that happened in a Path of Exile league called the Affliction League. It was probably sometime last year. What is the max passive skill points? Probably, I believe they said it was like 120 something. In PoE1, I can look. I think it's like 150. $123 is the max in PoE1, plus 8 ascendancy points. I'm not sure if the weapon skill points are counted in that 120 or if they're in addition to it. So say it's like normal classes have 20 weapon skill points. And then Witch Hunter, or whatever class had that one, can get another 20, so that's plus 40 for a total of 160. Something like that, I don't know. If I go Mercenary, I'm most definitely going Gemini Legionnaire. After all, look at that dude. Look at him. He's so fucking cool. He's got like gems growing out of his arms and shit. Because they don't really explain it very directly in the Path of Exile 1 story. But the way skill gems work from a lore perspective is that it was like ancient magic distilled into these gems, and people would jam these gems into their bodies and go crazy with the power. And but they'd have power, and they'd like kill shit. Basically. So the Gemling Legionnaire, you actually do run into a couple Gemling Legionnaires during the story, and naturally they're a bunch of pushovers because at that point everyone's pretty strong if they're following like a build guide or if they're experienced in the game. And even if, like, even compared to anything else in the game, in the like any other bosses in that section of the game, they're not like that exciting to look at or fight. It's just like, here's a pack of dudes who look a little bit bigger than everyone else, and you kill them and you get a skill point. So to see him a little fleshed out a little more, and then have the character be able to play that seems kind of neat. I think in PoE1 we got around the whole, our characters got around the whole going crazy from the skill gems problem by jamming it in our gear instead of our bodies. Not sure why people didn't do that from the beginning, but who knows? Maybe our character is just from an ancient bloodline who happens to be immune to skill gems. I don't know. The old plot device. Undecided again? Shit, that's my bad. Need to wait until the game drops and then look at the trees. Yeah, that's really what any of us have to do. But thinking about what the possibilities are is all part of the fun of the anticipation. All part of the hype cycle. Same. Right there with you. ADHD's fault, actually. It do be like that sometimes. But also, there's literally just like a billion choices for what you could do, so that also doesn't help. How much freedom of choice is too much freedom of choice? Find out on December 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, when Path of Exile 2 does come out on December 6th, my stream schedule is going out the window. And by that I mean, instead of streaming Wednesdays through Sundays from 2 p.m. till like 6 p.m., we're just gonna stream every day for like 12 hours until I can't do it anymore because I'm too tired. Which will probably be like 2 weeks. After that, we'll probably do like 8 hours a day. But I'm gonna be streaming most of the month of December. I want to see and try all of the things. Hell yeah, gem interaction experimentation. There's gonna be a lot to do. Another really big thing that I hadn't heard them mention that I think is gonna make a significant difference in how people make builds is they announced that you can only have one copy of each support gem in your gear. So you cannot have two of the same on any ability. Like, and that makes a really big deal. Or it makes a really big difference, I think. Because there's a lot of stuff that's like, give this attack extra projectiles, or this ability extra projectiles, because it could be a spell too. And you might, as you might expect, that's a very strong thing. So naturally, anyone who wants to use an attack ability probably would want to put that on every single one of their abilities to give it more power. And so by saying you can only have one copy of that, suddenly you have to find something to fill up the slots on all your other abilities. Yeah, and it's a very good idea. I think it's gonna make building a lot more interesting than just having 15 abilities that all have the same 5 or 6 support gems. And they all function the same, it's just different flavors of explosions. One Trick Pony's bad, right? Which One Trick Ponies is kind of the name of the game for Path of Exile 1. With the way the skill gem system works in PoE1, you're heavily disincentivized or de-incentivized, or whatever the proper term is, from doing multiple things. You're highly discouraged from doing multiple things because there's just not enough resources to invest in multiple things. And even if there were more enough resources, it would still be better to spend all of them on the same thing. And so that was like a major design issue that they were trying to work around. And one of the big things that came from that effort to solve that problem was the weapon swapping system, which I think is going to look kind of like the barb weapon swapping system in Diablo 4, where you just have abilities that use certain weapons, and then when you use the ability, your character whips out the weapon. And so when your character does that, you have weapon skill points, which are points that go on the same skill tree as any other skill point, but when you swap weapons, it activates those ones, or whichever ones are associated with the weapon that you spent them on. So I think you can have like 20 of those weapon skill points, and then so you have up to 20 points on the massive skill tree that can be different, and so there's no way to spend those on the same thing, or there's no strict reason to spend those on the same thing, so you're more free to try speccing into multiple things. Which then plays well into the whole comboing system that they've built up, which is like kind of absurd. But basically everything seems to interact with everything, so like the cloud you may have seen in the gameplay previews where they have stuff like clouds of poison on the ground, and then someone chucks a fire grenade in there, and the entire cloud explodes. Or, you know, you zap the lightning puddles, or zap the water puddles, and they turn into lightning puddles, and there's just... There's gonna be so much shit to think about to take advantage of all that. It's gonna be fucking insane, dude. Also, I believe we passed 30%. Shit, we're past 33%. 270? Yeah, we're well past that. 368 is 40%. So we're like halfway to 40% from 30. Same. Yeah, there was that reveal was massive, dude. And like, respect to Ziggy D and his interviewing abilities and whatnot, but damn, that was a long Q&A after all of the info drops. Not gonna lie, as much effort as I'm sure they're putting into the campaign for PoE2, I wholeheartedly intend to pay as little attention to it as I pay attention to the PoE1 campaign. I've gone through that shit probably at least 50 times, and I still could barely tell you half of what's going on in that story. But I think there is a chance that if they do the storytelling slightly different, more akin to the way World of Warcraft tends to do their storytelling, where the story kind of unfolds in front of you while you're also doing stuff. In a lot of cases, I think that would be the only way I really like pay any real attention to it. But if they have cutscenes, I'll probably watch those. I just won't be like listening to all the talking while like in every quest. I wonder who this is. Not gonna lie, this level is actually going a lot faster than I anticipated. Oh, also another thing that I think got announced, or that got clarified in a interview recently with a creator named Talkative Try. They confirmed that strong boxes are not going to be as slow as they appeared in the damn preview. Which, not sure how far into PoE1 you got, but they don't appear until later in the game. But there's boxes you can run into that they're like treasure chests, but when you click on them to open them, a bunch of monsters spring out. And it's like instant. They're like, you click on the chest, 3 packs of monsters spawn around you and all started trying to kill you. And so when they showed those in the announcement for PoE2, the footage showed that like 3 monsters popped out at a time, and then like 3 more monsters popped out. Yeah, I was unenthused when I saw that, but thankfully they said it's gonna be faster than that. It was like unironically a genuine concern for me, because if they were that slow, I would not click on them. I don't care what's in that thing. Gotcha. So fucking excited, dude. I'm gonna be saying that all damn week. Bro, honestly, I can't stand Q&As. In general, I don't like watching them. The only reason I watched the PoE one was because it's PoE2. And the only reason I watch them on the normal PoE League announcements is because the patch notes for the new season, or the new league, don't come out until after the Q&A ends. And I Yeah, I wouldn't want to miss reading the patch notes. So usually I begrudgingly sit through the PoE ones, but not without a reason. It's not because I want to sit through. It's all an elaborate ploy by GGG to get more ad money from their Twitch channel. Make everyone sit and watch it. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think they run ads on that channel. GG devs were more like gamers. As I said earlier, Kiwis are so chill. Yeah. Anytime I see Jonathan talk about like literally anything and like how excited he gets, it's like infectious. I think he sometimes overpromises on some things, but I think that's part of his just like him being enthusiastic about what he's doing. But anytime that people ask him questions about something like why did you do this or what was the idea behind this system, usually he has a very, very good explanation for why he does the things he does. Hey, look at that. 28% roll, it's kind of shit. So yeah, even if I don't like the systems that he's talking about or agree with the things that he's or the outcomes of what he's saying, usually usually it's pretty illuminating to hear what like the reasoning behind the decision. And he's very, very good at articulating that kind of thing. It's kind of like probably one of the biggest examples of that is when he explained. I don't even know if. Okay, well, when they first started talking about adding gold to Path of Exile 2. This happened like last year, the middle of last year or something. They kind of did a bunch of interviews through the middle of the year, and then a bunch of people started talking about like the trading problem because trading in PoE1 sucks absolute ass in a lot of cases. So people were clamoring for ways to improve that in PoE2. And so during another like, collection of interviews with various creators, people kept asking about trade issues, and then they started talking about the potential of adding gold, and then like why they have the trade he started explaining why they have the trade system the way they did, where it's super shitty. And then he explained what they would need to do to make a functional trade system in the game that is more usable but also has its own limitations, because they're if you Google the PoE trade manifesto, they explain why there needs to be some limitations on players' ability to trade effectively. And so basically after like 3 interviews, he kind of reasoned himself into realizing that if you have gold in the game and use that as like a tax on the trades, and then players can't trade the gold, then that means like players only accumulate gold if they're playing the game. So then if they're not playing the game, then they can't use the convenient trading system in the game. So it prevents shit like bots. And like there's a lot more reasons to it, and it's kind of a shitty explanation that I'm giving, but yeah, if you ever feel like going back and watching interviews from like last year, there's a lot of really interesting stuff like that to hear about. But trading isn't really necessary. In Path of Exile, it's more necessary than Diablo. There are very, very, very few things in Path of Exile that you can actually target farm. And when there are, I believe, over 2,000 uniques at this point, and most of them just kind of fall out of the ground. They fall on the ground in random places. There are a couple, like each boss has its own set of like boss specific ones, of course, but the vast majority of them are just like could plop out anywhere. So if your build has a relatively common unique that it needs to function, even though uniques drop like candy, there are thousands of options for it to end up being when it does drop. So it can be kind of tough to get the exact one you want. And so trading makes that much, much easier. And there's just a lot of things in Path of Exile. One of my biggest, I don't know if it's a criticism or just an observation, I think is a better way to put it. But I think one of the reasons I find Path of Exile so compelling is that I'm looking for a lot of different things anytime I play that game. Because you have the currency, which is like the Chaos Orbs, the Transmutation Orbs, the Alterations, all the various currencies, and then you have these things called div cards, which you collect them up and you get sometimes really, really good stuff from turning them in. And there's like 1,700 different crafting systems, and you can collect bunches of materials for those crafting systems. And basically a very small portion of the gear, of the things you're looking to pick up, are actually just gear. And so when you're running around in the end game and you're killing tons and tons of monsters and you're looking for shit to pop out, something can drop and your loot filter will make a big loud noise, and you can look at it and be like, what the fuck actually was that? It's not like, oh, I killed this boss and it spit out 8 uniques and one of them was the one I was looking for, and like that's the only thing I can hope to find. Like the single rarest item in Path of Exile is it's called a Mirror of Calandra, and it's a currency item that creates a copy of an item when you use it on it. And I think I've heard people say it's so rare that statistically speaking it's a once in a lifetime thing for one to drop for a person. I've been playing for 5 years pretty regularly, and I've not seen a single one. The closest I've come was I got a card that was like a 20th of a mirror, and I made a shitload of in-game money off of it. And that item, a Mirror of Calandra, can drop literally from anywhere in the game. So at any point you could just be running along killing stuff, and then bam, you just got like the luckiest drop of your entire life in Act 1. Like it's happened. People have posted screenshots and shit. So there's just a lot of things like that that can happen in PoE that not a lot of other games have anything close to. Like Last Epoch has a lot of crafting materials and stuff that you can get, but they all kind of just drop in mass. So really the only things you're still looking for is gear. Diablo, there's gear, and anything else is like anything else you can find in the game is like relegated to its one specific activity, kind of. And so I don't know, the loot is just less exciting. And I forgot why I started. Oh yeah, trading. Because there are so many things that you could possibly need in Path of Exile, it's very, very difficult to play without trading. Because even if you're getting shitloads of things, there's so many things they could be that it's unlikely to be the things you need. But that doesn't mean the things you're getting are bad, it's just the things you're getting are different. And so being able to amass a bunch of things that you don't necessarily care for, sell them, and then buy the things that you care about it just makes the game so much easier. And the fact that it makes the game so much easier is one of the reasons that they don't want people to have like a very, very convenient trading system. I don't agree with how they implemented the inconvenient trading system for 10 years, but I think now that they've worked a way around it with gold in Path of Exile 2, and now in Path of Exile 1, I think it's in a much, much better place. Trading with NPCs or other players. There are still reasons to like trade with the NPCs, but much more limited than player-to-player trade. So, one thing that may be a little weird to get used to is even with gold in Path of Exile 2, when you're trading from player to player, gold is not the thing you're trading for. And it's not even the thing you're giving the other player. The gold is going to be used as like a fee that just gets taken from your little counter anytime you want to trade with a player for a different thing. Because the actual trading currency is usually called the one that people use is called a Chaos Orb. And that's like, you could consider a Chaos Orb to be like $1. And then there's another one called the Divine Orb. That is kind of like the equivalent of $100 or like $200. It fluctuates based on all sorts of things. Inflation is like a real market force in Exile. It's crazy. Those are the things that people trade for, and the gold is just to make sure you're actually playing the game. Can I adapt from my usual self-sufficiency playstyle? It is possible to play without trading, but it's much easier if you already like have a strong understanding of how the game works. So I would highly recommend at least being open to the idea of trading when you do try it out. And they do have like character creation options called solo self-found, where your character literally cannot party with people and they cannot trade with anybody. And that's like its own whole realm, kind of like the Eternal Realm or the Seasonal Realm in Diablo. But I've tried to play solo self-found several times, and it takes so much longer to do anything that I kind of get tired of it before too long. But just talking about all that shit makes me excited to play even more. We're almost halfway through the level, by the way. We totally blew past 40% without noticing. The currency situation is going to be a whole lot different in PoE2 from what it is in Path of Exile 1. Because they are removing a bunch of them and reworking other things into different ones. It's I'm just interested to see how it shakes out. Glad you got Fortnite for a distraction from tomorrow until PoE2 launch. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't even know, because Sunday we stream. I've said this several times today already, but Sunday we stream. I'll probably do a Jaguar build, Diablo 4, just to screw around for a day. Monday, Tuesday, I'm off. Wednesday we stream. I'll probably do the Jaguar build again because I won't really want to get into anything else. And then Thursday, the day before PoE2, we're gonna sort my stash in Path of Exile 1. And it's something I've been waiting to do for 5 years. And I haven't done it a single time in those 5 years. So it's going to be a lot of shit to get through. I don't know how long that stream's going to take, but it's probably going to be a while. Today, though, can't settle on any game. Keep jumping from game to game. Yeah. I feel pretty similar. I don't know what I'm going to do on Monday and Tuesday. I haven't been able to settle on something to play either. I certainly don't want to be playing Diablo, because I'll just burn myself out even harder. Certainly won't want to be playing PoE1, because it's going to feel sad and depressing when it's not PoE2. I think when we hit the halfway point on this level, I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs. It's been a little too long since I did that. It's probably like 3 more runs. It's only been an hour and a half in this level, right? I think we hit 297 at like 3.5 hours or 3:15 or something like that. So we might actually just barely beat 7 hours. It'll be close. Oh, 11 a.m. Hell yeah. Lazy overcast Saturday morning. Let's go. Overcast is the best weather. I don't care what anybody says. I've lived in Florida too long. I've had enough sunshine for the rest of my life. We can just have great days. It's fine. That's actually one of the reasons I'm kind of looking forward to more snowy days, especially ones when I don't have to go drive places. We technically did just barely cross 50%, I think. Maybe not. This one will certainly put us over. Numbers are really difficult, don't judge me. Gives this guy more character. Yeah, it just changes things up. And you know, it's not so bright. It's always way too damn bright outside. Not to mention it's cooler because the sun ain't shining, you know, as directly. Less heat is always more better. Excuse me, so sorry. YEET. What in the hell moved my health bar? Genuinely the first time in 10 days I've seen that happen. What the fuck? Might have to start picking up the invulnerability shrines. Shaking in my boots now. All right, friends. We are most definitely beyond 50% now. So I am going to get up and stretch my legs. However, I do appreciate y'all watching. I hope you're enjoying. If you are and you've not already, make sure you smack the like button and the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you hit the follow button. And when we return, that's right, you guessed it, we're doing more pit runs. Yeet. You got one shot with full shield? Bruh, that's toxic. That's toxic. Alright, friends. We're back. And I didn't mute myself when I stood up this time, so that means I'm not muted right now. So one moment and we'll get back into it. We have half a level to go. Or, to put it differently, we also have you know, I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry. We also have only a quarter of the way left to go from where we started for the entire day. It's not 100% accurate because we started a little ways into 296, and 297's a little bit bigger than 296 anyways, but whatever, close enough. We did 90% of 296, and now we've done half of 297, so we only have the second half to go. Life's good, we're making progress. I lost track of the math on what 60% will be, so it's probably going to be 54 plus 12. It'll be 552 million. We'll keep our eyes out for that. We're kind of already getting there. Only like 5 more runs to go. Do I have another cup of coffee though? No. I decided to risk it and go without. But I found garlic bread when I got up, and there was also these. There was also some pastries that I usually have with tea, and so I was thinking of making some tea. But then that would have taken like 10-15 minutes or something. And I figured, why don't we just leave that for when I'm done streaming, so I have like a reward for getting through it. That's I'm definitely, the moment I end stream, running downstairs, chowing down on some pastries, dude. It's gonna be great. So no caffeine, but merely the promise of caffeine to keep us going. Can we have enemies in this section of layout? Please, just like one pack full of elites per inch of space. That'd be great. Just gonna go ahead and use another one of those so we don't have any downtime. If nobody got me, Blast Wave Shrine got me. Ever since the mid-season patch, we've been besties. Bruh, can we just open the portal, please? Come on, that's close enough, right? It's gotta be. It's like one more, dude. Literally just one pleb. This has been bothering me. Oh, it's 92. 920. I just wanted to be sure my math is right. Yeah, it's 552. I was 30 million off. Or was I? No, that was the number I got to. Okay. It seemed like we were too close to 60% the moment we hit 50%, so I was a little confused. I didn't trust myself. But we got 5 more runs to go there. I have no idea what the hell I was stuck on right there. I was stuck on something. I'll be shocked if this does not turn into a dead end 3 miles down the road. Ah. I'm shocked. It was only half a mile down the road. Nice. Still have to backtrack forever, but could be worse, I guess. Alright, again, that bar just filled up from a quarter. Not sure why, but I'll take it. You sick son of a bitch, I'm in. Loaded Stellar Blade, and it's been so long I forgot to play it. That's my big problem with single player games, dude. Like, there's so many that I want to try, and like, there's a lot of cool ones that have come out in the past couple years, but the moment I try and get into one, I play it for like a couple days when I have time, or like when I'm taking time off from streaming or making videos or whatever, and then like I get right back up in something and like some project or another, and then lo and behold, a week passes and I've forgotten everything I'm doing. I've started and restarted Baldur's Gate 3 so many damn times that I just can't bring myself to do Act 1 again. But also, I've forgotten what I was doing in each of my files, so I can't bring myself to play those again either. Like, I've got Death Stranding in my Steam library from some promotion or something a while ago. I've always wanted to spend time playing that, but like, ain't no way I'm getting through it. In this economy, no way. You binged it and nearly completed New Game Plus. One trophy away. Yeah. You couldn't have gotten that one. You couldn't have gotten the last one before stopping? Or is it like clear new game 69 plus without getting hit at level 1? If it's something crazy like that, then that's fair, I guess. Complete alternate ending to identify all the enemies. One boss for each ending. Oof. So what is it, like 3 endings or something? Seems like a reasonable amount of endings without becoming near automata. Automata. we're 2 runs away from 60%. Making progress. Yes, we're making progress. Yo, how did I not hear they did a crossover? That makes absolutely perfect sense, though. Few things in this world make as much sense as a Nier Automata and Stellar Blade crossover. It's actually amazing. Bruh. One more for 60%. Every time I stop zoning out in time to pay attention to which boss we get, it's one of the stall bosses. I hate it here. Now we're 60%. That means 644 millions? Yeah. 644 millions would be 70%. And the first half of tomorrow is gonna suck. But when we get to 99, 299 even, it's gonna be the best day ever. At that point, every percent gained is another little bit of joy because we'll never have to bring up another percent of XP for the rest of the season. Tomorrow, just look at it as this is the day. That's correct. It is the day, dude. Honestly, I'm tempted to look back at how many hours I've been I've spent doing this exact grind. Like since we decided to set out and do the 300, but like, I'm also a little worried that it's gonna be too depressing to look at because it's only gonna be more tomorrow. I believe this is our third week of streams since I started. The first week I did like a strict 4 hours a day. Second week was when we started doing 1.5 billion, which was closer to like 6. Just generalize it as 2 men. It's a good call. Good call. Just because we can figure out some numbers doesn't mean we should figure out those numbers. Saw max life greater affixed. I did not see the other one. Thankfully, we did not interrupt the teleport animation, picking that up. Man, could you imagine? Do y'all remember when the portal cast time got set to like 4 seconds or 5 seconds for a season, and everyone lost their shit? I'm so glad they did in that season because they ended up nerfing it by the next one, back down to 3. And yeah, that probably would have made this take even longer. Now that I think about it, that would have been awful. real. I mean, you just think, we're doing like 1,000 or 2,000 runs to get there, even from like a quarter of the way through already. That times however many seconds turns into a lot of seconds. I love that the conspiracy theory for that change was they're trying to artificially extend people's playtime by making them take longer to do menial shit like teleporting out of dungeons. And it became so prevalent that in the next campfire chat, like, I don't remember at what point of the season it was in, like maybe when they were announcing the next season, but they specifically had to address that no, that was not the idea. They had some specific explanation for it, but then they ended up saying a shorter cooldown is still, or a shorter cast time is fine for those purposes. But then again, that sounds like if you're accused of participating in a conspiracy theory, the first thing you do is deny it. So, you know, who knows if we can trust it. $4,000 seconds is close to 67 minutes. Yep. Far too long. A whole extra hour of just sitting in the teleport animation. Disgusting. Disgusting. And that's why it's so tilting every time we run into the damn dead mother. She's like a solid 5 seconds minimum, or she's like at least 5 seconds, or maybe not at least, but like average. Sometimes she drops down a little faster, it feels like, but a lot of the times it's longer than that. Bro, whoever made the decision to put traps on the spawn points is probably my least favorite. It doesn't really affect me because I'm Spiritborn and so I'm unstoppable at pretty much all times. However, for anyone who is not Spiritborn, that's gotta be the most annoying shit ever. Because it happens on the like intermediary portals as well. Gears completely rearrange themselves drastically? Wait, really? Like how so? Now I'm interested to see if that happens. Fresh layouts, hell yeah, give me something else to look at. $612. We are like 3 runs away. One zone was split perfectly in half on either side of the portal. That's weird. And was that in the prison cell one? The prison tile set? The canyon? What? Okay, yeah, that is weird. There have been plenty of times where I've seen this one, like this layout that I'm in right now, where the portal's right here, then there's a path here and a path here, and then they're both equal lengths, but one's a dead end and the other one has the portal on it. That shit sucks. Officially 2/3 of the way through. We're getting closer. Monster density dropped dramatically in just initial spawn and team reports were relocated. That sounds toxic as shit. If that does happen to me, prepare for a non-stop deluge of bitching, the likes of which this world has never seen before. Because I will not shut up about it for the entire time I'm experiencing it. Promise. Where did my consumables go? They're all gone. I wonder how long it's been since I had them on. I was trying to build myself up into the habit of checking my consumable durations every time I get into town, and like before I go into the next zone, but clearly it has not stuck. And we're running out of time for it to stick. Hunter skill is perfect for that level, I bet. Those walls must be fun as shit to jump over all the time. Well, the nicer thing about the Hunter in that level compared to Soar is, if I remember right, the Hunter is a lot faster than Soar is. Even if the distance is less, it just, like, hops you a little faster, you know? Whereas Soar, you have to do, like, your character has to, like, whoosh, and then, you know, jump back down. It's, like, it's got its own delay and shit going on. Which is half the reason we don't use Scorn of the Earth in this build, as much as I would have liked to. Because Scorn of the Earth is a pair of boots that turns your evade into Soar. And so you have like 7 charges of Soar or whatever we have for our evades. But when we run into a boss room, the problem was whenever we would run into a boss room with that on, I would Soar once, my feathers would go out, and then like it would take way longer for me to land than it would for me to finish like a normal evade animation, so that I couldn't like rapid fire the evasions like I can when it's just the normal one. And I use the term rapid fire loosely because I know this is nowhere near the speed of the old evade builds. Getting cooldown reductions made it pretty much available every 2 to 3 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Oh, look who decided to show up. Hey, we're past 70%. Let's go. Jump, Vortex, Smash. Hell yeah. Jump, Vortex, Smash, repeat. In a word, peak performance. And ultimately, not that different from what I'm doing, except yours is cooler because it has monkey in it. So 644 plus 92 is 736. That would be about 80%. We're just gonna go, because I don't think I'll finish that out in the little space we have unexplored. Because you were using Gorilla, you swapped out Earth and Bulwark for Horde Decrepify. What was your other one? Because I'm currently using both of those. Oh, right. I forgot, but I remember now. I'm sure I've talked about it while I was doing these runs at some point, but when I was making this, I'm going to talk about it again because I have nothing else to talk about. So for a while, when I was doing this build, when I was working out how to make it work, I wanted to use Temerity, so that way I could use. Wait, my character was a twin cycle washing machine, throwing enemies up like clothes. Hell yeah, dude, that's a power move. That's crazy. But when I was building out this character, I wanted to get my barrier through Temerity, the pants that say you can use your healing potion at full health, and anytime you heal yourself while you're at full health, you get barrier. Sounds great, right? We were at 100% barrier 100% of the time without even having to use potions. And my damage just would turn off for like minutes at a time. It was extremely frustrating. Until one day I realized, or I went to the training room and started unspecking shit to figure out what was like making my damage go away. So what ended up happening was I took out Viscous Shield and my damage went right back to where it was when my damage would turn off like in normal encounters. It's like when the damage would stop hitting, it would be like 9 million damage a hit, whereas normally it's like 500 million damage a hit. So when I went in the training room and took off Viscous Shield, my damage went down to 9 million a hit, and I was like, oh shit. So yeah, that was with the day we learned Temerity doesn't fucking work with Viscous Shield at all. And I meant to bug report it, but I still haven't. But next league, Viscous Shield isn't gonna be. It probably wouldn't get at a change until next season. And next season it's probably gonna be nerfed to shit, or like fixed. So it it'll max out at 33% anyways. So yeah, when I was... The point of that story was, when I was under the impression that Temerity worked, I was using the Barbarian Warcry plus Decrepify. So I had like double, like a buff and a debuff going from my rune words, and it was like super satisfying. Because when everything was working, like when I actually had, and the reason I had any damage at all from Viscous Shield was because I had Auspicious, which is the passive that says accumulate maximum life as barrier for a while. So I would have that 40% barrier worth for a while. But so when I had that barrier from Auspicious plus the Warcry going, she was real nice. And like, imagine if we could do it with 100% of our life as barrier. Imagine, dude. Unfortunately, it's not the case. It's not possible, not doable. And I also, unfortunately, cannot use Monkey to get barrier that way because I am using Loyalty's Mantle, and it's very, very important that we continue to use that. So it's gotta be bird for me. Still quite a while before we hit 80%. If Season 7 releases sometime in December, unfortunately I will be skipping it to continue playing Path of Exile 2. Do I boost barrier generation with Amethyst? No. Didn't even think of that. Wait, Amethyst in what? Armor? It's gotta be where it is, because on jewelry it's shadow resistance. And on weapons it's damage over time. That's not a terrible idea though. Right, I just have dexterity because I'm a simple man and it seemed like the simple decision. 12% barrier gen in armor, that's actually pretty sick, yeah. And you can have 4 of them, shit. My barrier generation isn't perfect on this character, but honestly, it's been enough for this long. I'll probably just leave it alone. I will keep that in mind in the Jaguar build, though. Again, please. Pretty sure I keep smelling coffee. So either I'm hallucinating or someone made some. Oops. Barrier bonus, 109.9%. Sheesh. That's pretty poggers. Yo, I'm the one who teleports, dude. Stop that. It's my thing. It's copyrighted. Dead end. This is probably my least favorite layout because I'm 99% certain there's never an exit here. Couple more and we'll be at 80%. Oh, that layer Ravager dash perfect for it. Yeah, it's not so bad to traverse. I just get nervous that I'm gonna have to backtrack a whole bunch when I get there. There was one time where I jumped like it felt like a 10-mile jump, honestly. And I have no idea how I actually managed to target the spot, but I jumped from like one room off to the left of that big diamond to like the left corner of that diamond, and I couldn't even see the ground. I just kind of saw the dots and like YOLO pushed the button over there, and it worked. It was very funny. Excuse me, so sorry. Wasted my time picking up a channeling shrine. my incense. Would have been a huge dopamine. Oh, dude, it was. I was giggling for like 5 minutes. I love when I have time to walk into the boss room, summon a bird, and then watch the bird expire before the boss decides to show up. Ain't that great? Remember doing a massive hunter jump of 2 rooms, which made me wonder if there was any synergy occurring between hunter and ravager dash. What the hell? I didn't think hunter jump was that big. Weird. I've used it a couple times, but not really enough to know. That'd be cool if it had the synergy, though. What the fuck? Not the first time that's happened, but it's weird every time. Right. I believe that's 7. No, that's 80%. We were well past 80%, turns out. Alright. Couldn't be bothered to type in the zeros every time. 90% is 828 million. Just tried to reproduce it. Must have been a lucky fluke. Sounds like a Fisher story to me. A tall tale. The one that got away. The hunter jump. That traversed multiple rooms or something. I don't know. I'm trying to be dramatic here. Sorry. I believe you. What do you mean we're already 2 minutes into this run? I just started. Could have sworn I just walked through the portal, dude. I might be losing it. Oh no, not my unspent glyph attempts. Happened in the stone library layout. Gotcha. My opal probably has about one more run on it. This stone library layout. Was it like from this room down to like this room? Or like upwards, I guess. Like way down up there. Suppose I could also see it like in this little section from here to the next big room. But either one of those jumps is still way bigger than I would expect a hunter to be able to reach. One of the corner layouts where you have 3 small rooms. Gotcha. Pretty sure I know which ones you mean. You know what? Maybe it was just the twin cycle washer machine just throwing you instead of the enemies this time. Chalk it up to that. Yep. It said, you know what? How about you have a taste of your own medicine, motherfucker? Just one time for the one time, you know. For real. almost ran out of enemies there. That was a little nerve-wracking. I gotta stop paying attention to the XP bar. We still got too far to go, even all the way up to 90%. Let alone the last 10%. Step around step. Even if you're unstoppable, if you use sword into those rocks that are falling from the ceiling, yeah, they'll still stun you in the air. So you just kind of disappear for a couple seconds. It seems like a little bit of a freak accident kind of scenario, but it happens more often than I ever expected it would. I won. You know what? I didn't want to make any progress at all. Anyways, it's fine. I didn't want to fight that boss. Just came across your first conduit shrine since the latest update. There's still shit. What the hell? After the incredible buff they gave to the the Blastway shrine, they couldn't bother doing it for the conduit. And when they said they would, that's toxic. Honestly, I really think they should just delete conduit shrines. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you still playing Diablo? I thought you were playing Stellar Blade. A little better, but still multiple hits to kill minor enemies. Oof. Yeah, that's toxic. $8.28. We're getting closer. I got you. It's alright. We'll call it solidarity. Solidarity bosses. One final mythic one. Got you. You never know when the quad greater affix Shaco will drop. Multiple GA Shroud would be nice, just putting it out there. You never know. Asking ye shall receive or something. I don't know, I never felt too great about a multiple, like, I never really wanted a multiple GA Shroud in particular. Like, so long as it had the life, I feel like the rest of it wasn't that effective. So what else is on it? The all stats is cool. So I guess having those two would be sick, but the then again, I also have not played a build that has been hungry for resources. So I guess that one could be useful too. It's just the stealth one. Just the stealth one that I was always afraid of getting GA'd. Yours is on life. Hell yeah. The good ending. Bruh. This is what I mean, how Soar is not even the easiest to do with mouse and keyboard. Man, I feel like it's been 3 hours since I've seen this place, and it's still too soon to see it again. Multiple GA Harley Quinn would be much more beneficial. I could see how that would be the case. Where are the elites? Every time I find myself in circumstances where I'm shouting that, the moment I start shouting it is when they show up. On life and cooldown especially, hell yeah. Fuck, we're getting closer to the end of the grind today, but it's still too early. Hiding in the corners in that level usually for fucking real. I hate that shit. I really am torn between which one I like less, between that one and the jail layout. The jail layout has those long ass dead ends, but at least they're straightforward. Current level is your favorite? Breath. We're back. I think that one's alright. My biggest worry is I find myself backtracking because I missed the door for the portal in that layout a lot. So it's kind of more of a skill issue on my part, I think. I think my favorite's got to be the big open plains, the red ones, the red cliff top or whatever. What in the damn amount of bird charges? What the hell? I think one of the biggest bummers that's still one of the biggest bummers I experienced when making this build, that still bums me out a little bit to this day, is the fact that we can't have multiple birds at the same time. When I made the build, the first idea was to have it be like an ultimate skill only build, so since you can get a bunch of charges of the Seeker on your jewelry tempers, it's like, yo, what if we get like 30 charges of the Seeker and just like spam that shit? And then 30 birds drop down and just destroy whatever the hell it is. But not only can you not have more than one bird at a time, but the charges on the cooldown charges on Seeker are even with the cooldown reduction, they still take a while. Number one. Number two, they don't recharge between zones. Which I thought was kind of weird, but what can you do? And actually, when you log in, they start empty, I guess. You start with one charge, and then the rest of them have to fill themselves back up naturally. I think this one's one of my favorites. I've gotten fucked over on this layout a couple times, but most of the time it's pretty alright. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, and it's not entirely unrealistic from a power fantasy standpoint. Like, you could summon a whole flock of birds. Just because they're big doesn't mean there can only be one of them. You know? I don't know how I was planning on working my way through the rest of the zone, because I wouldn't want to use the bird charges on like plebs, but I'm sure we would have figured something out. Also, we're officially above 90% of the way there. The home stretch. That layout was the one that was split in half? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's weird. I haven't seen that before. My bird charges, no. My incense, no. So what's the actual raw XP count we need? Less than 80 million to go. Feels good. Got it as your second map and thought, yes, this is going to be a great time. Only to be met with a dead end backtracking. That's pain right there. My disappointment would be immense, and my day would be ruined, for sure. Just had to suck it up and keep grinding. Yep. Grind away the pain. Grind away the memories. I mean, we've already done like 180 bucking runs today. Surely 7 more can't be that bad, right? Fuck, these last 10 always feel the worst. Don't count, just do. Right. You right. No thoughts, only grind. I just remembered the damn pastries, dude. I'm so excited. Fuck yeah. The whole watch pot scenario, right? Every time I boil water, I do a science experiment and sit there and watch the pot, at least for a little while, before I get bored. But I do think about doing it as a science experiment, but it's really boring. Pastries equals me jealous. Get shit on. I'm only kidding. I'd offer to share if I could, but by the time they got anywhere near Australia, like anywhere on the continent, it would probably be too late. Sweet or savory? Sweet. Basically just like a light cannoli with like frosting in the middle. But like really little. Not like really little, but smaller than an actual cannoli. Sweet equals more jealous. Haha, get double shit on. Yeet. It's like a sugar taco, basically. I think their actual official name is like French Twirls or something like that. That's at least what it says on the packaging. But who reads the packaging? Yeah. I was trying to avoid that particular brand of phrasing. But yeah, we'll go with that. Historically, I've always referred to them as Greenhorns. Now I'm gonna feel all awkward eating it. Shit, I'm gonna have to like use a fork. Fuck. Consumables are all good. And hey, yo, whispers. That equals less jealous. There you go. Say what you will about their form and design. They taste great. Fucking worth the embarrassment for sure. Yo, do you think the hunter, the double hunter jump was like, you accidentally double tapped it? And it like reset the cooldown and just went off to place? That's right, delicious as fuck. I made a mistake and I looked at the XP bar again. Why is that horse huge? What the fuck? Lucky positioning combined with the old controller advantage. I see. Sounds reasonable. I'll accept it. Fuck, that little gap between the XP bar and the end is still too wide. Fuck. Ayo, free incense. Nice. I got you. Well, if you took the follow-up points of Ravager, not Ravager, Hunter, got the two little points after it, it has a chance to reset its cooldown if you kill stuff during its effect. That was the only thing I was thinking of. I don't think I'm gonna bother using another opal. Excuse me. We only have a couple runs to go, so we'll only get a little bit of value out of it if we waste one right now. Alright. We look after this one. I'm too damn curious, but I feel like it's going to be 3 more runs after we finish this one. That was the backtracking all along. That mouse and keyboard I could test it more precisely. Just remember dashing the room using Vortex Smash. Then Hunter jumped to go next room, but ended up in the one after that. Weird. You know what? Fuck it, it was the washing machine. We're back to that explanation. It's the most fun explanation, therefore it is the correct one. Lit. Well, we only have 1 room to go, or one run to go, not 3. Nice. It's the last one. And if we finish this run and end up at like 50,000 XP away, I'm just gonna run out of town and kill a buffalo. Doesn't my pit have a whisper on it? Probably not, because I just did one. I got one a couple runs ago, and I actually do need to turn that in. Which, thank you for reminding me. This is a neat iteration of this layout. So linear, dude. Okay, yo, wait. I'm gonna try and see if I can make the same jump I was talking about in this layout. 'Cause if it's possible here, it would be over here. No, there's no way, right? The jump I made on this layout was from the other side, but it was in a spot like this to a spot like that. Way the hell over here. It was bananas. Straight up bananas. Alaska's one appeared here. Curious if servers were time linked with events. Obviously not. One did appear a couple minutes ago. I just finished it already. Hey, yo, we didn't level up. What the fuck? Alright, you know what? I do have a pit. I do have a whisper to turn in. That might do it. And if that's not enough, then it's a bad day to be a buffalo outside Karagar. That's all I got to say. Obviously, yes, then. Yeah. Anytime I've gone out to farm whispers, and I run into other people, they're usually doing the same objectives that I am. So that was kind of my... Hey, yo, we did it. That was my conclusion, was that everyone has the same ones. Though it is good to know that they're the same across servers, though. That's neat. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So if we were to get another... If we wanted another 60, we would need 13 more Whisper caches. Which is not that bad at all. So that'll probably be how we start Sunday. But we are now done for today because we've hit level 298. We did like 1.7 or 1.8 million. Yes, I will enjoy the shit out of that pastry. Thank you very much. But yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Chandra, thank you for watching. Despite the fact that you just finished this exact grind. And thank you again for the super chat earlier. I really appreciate that. But if any of y'all are new here and you haven't already, make sure you smack the like and subscribe button on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you smack the follow button. Come see me tomorrow. When we finish this shit. I will not be abiding this grind to continue any longer. So, you have yourselves a good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.